car's still on my list. That's the one I own.
Talking about my twos. Yes. Michael Larimore in that 2-litre turbocharged Toyota MR2 with a wicker bill on the back of it large enough to cook eggs.
Mate, I'll tell you what, he's in a hurry.
I reckon that gurney flap on the back of the car is the size of it's bigger than a NASCAR flap. Here's Scarlet Rain, one of the most magnificently named competitors here at Leyburn.
Perfect name for a race car driver or a song.
Or a Prince song, yeah. There's the
Coming up, Jonesy.
Porsche 914 Targa, which basically means...
Jonesy, later on when a new model Porsche comes out, I was talking to Bob Hamilton this morning.
Well, here's the 914 Targa, and Targa basically means there are holes in the roof, or removable holes, although we see it's a vinyl top. But there we go, the 4-cylinder Porsche, the original, well, not the original 4-cylinder Porsche, because of course there were lots of them, but the Porsche 914 on its way. MGB V8, oh goodness me. They came out of the factory that way, just reminding folks, yeah, the MGB with its 1.8 litre BMC series engine was always a nice bit of gear, but some people just thought it wasn't quite fast enough, so they put a hard top roof on them and gave them the Rover V8 as another MGB V8 gets underway. This is Dave Roberts, 6 litre.
Yeah, the GT was Norway produced with one of the few MG6 cylinder engines actually.
Oh, the Sebring, yeah, the Sebring, that was an odd entry.
Where people did the Rover conversion to 3.9 litre out of the Stags and whatever the case may be back in the day.
Now, the second of the MG V8s out there on the circuit is listed here as 6 litre V8, Ford V8, but it also has TS. It doesn't sound like it's twin induction turbocharged and supercharged.
Maybe it stands for totally sick.
Totally sick, that works.
Your favourites coming up next, Jonesy. I like 2 guys that are running.
Oh, well, I've still not...
Got perfect names for race car drivers.
I've still not...
Mario Dario and Anthony's, how do you pronounce his last name?
Salpietro.
Salpietro, that's it.
Anthony Salpietro.
They're 2 guys that deserve to be in Formula 1 cars.
Yes, just on name recognition alone, yeah.
What the hell out of the commentary, Jay?
They certainly shouldn't be in a British or a German car, they should be in Ferraris.
Like mine had, mate, Andre individuals.
And we're going to hold at the moment. We've got a little bit of an issue. In fact, one of our little, yeah, I was going to say scooter, but it's got 4 wheels. ATV, right. So we can see there on the lineup, there's sitting on the front, Anthony Salpietro. Oh, we're on our way. And the Porsche 904, 3.5 litre. I'm dying to find out about that car. I've got to go and get the results from yesterday's racing at some point, West Beedman. But
that's going to be a problem, at this point.
yeah, well, there are printouts, but there's nothing live at the moment. As the Lotus Elise, we've got a couple of Lotus Exiges here, but this is the Lotus Elise, the base model, with the notchback look to it.
Back in the days when I was managing race car drivers, James, I got a chance to what the guy I managed owned a Lotus Sprint car.
Oh.
It was really nice. We got to have a car every now and then.
And here's the Mazda MX-5 of Darren Brent. Watch this car go, this charcoal-coloured current model Mazda MX-5 is pushed very hard and he's overcooked it. He's brush the hay bale on the exit of turn 1?
It's still straight, but it's a car that is.
Yeah. I don't think it was a hard enough hit to do damage to the front left corner, but definitely brushed it and scattered a bit of the old dried up grass. Well, that's not what hay is, but certainly spread it across the road a little bit, the vegetation. Turn 2 on the line again, and this will be Dean Macaulay.
Jonesy, you asking someone that I would see very shortly thanks to Cleveland City if he has the results for you.
Oh, magnificent.
She's a good girl. I watched the proposal live, they recorded it yesterday.
Oh, really?
The previous proposal from Jacob. So congratulations to the newly engaged couple.
Was there any delay in the acceptance?
No.
Instant.
Gave it a shot.
Give it a shot. Oh, well, that's...
And she looked at the mother and goes, what do you feel before? And he goes, turn around. And she turned around and there's Jacob on one knee with the engagement ring in his hand. It was very romantic.
Oh. And also very clever there of Jacob to get it just after a run where she's all hyped up on adrenaline, and I'm not suggesting there was any kind of evilness to the plan at all, but...
Tracy Kirby, the RXA.
Yes, I should drop this line of thought. Mazda RX-7, yeah, we're sending the Mazda rotaries out before we get to Doug Swan and the supercharged Toyota MR2. Oh, there we go. Doesn't that sound like the Mazda RX-7s of old? Riding of Alan Moffat, Greg Hansford. That yellow colour scheme brings Peter McLeod's Slick 50 car to mind. I remember there was a Ghostbusters sponsored car driven by the Sydney journalist Peter McKay. And there's Doug Swan.
Mr. Jones, check your mobile phone. Marvelous modern technology. Once again, transport to a safely and sound driving the duty transport.
Thank you very much.
4 litre, Jonesy, 4 litre factory. It's a very rare car. It's actually a full manual, not a DCG, Jonesy.
Interesting.
It's a manual gearbox, which is very unusual on the Porsche nowadays.
That's very nicely up-spec'd. No, I won't. Ian Kilpatrick just car's not wanting to get into gear.
No live results anyway.
Here we go, Jonesy. This is that car.
This looks like Cardinals having a rerun. Matthew Cardinals in the 3.3 litre chasing hard after John Siddons.
Yes, no problem. I think that Jonesy, you may find that the car creep.
Kilpatrick in the Formula Motorsport Clubman, he was having some gearing issues, it sounded like. He's come home to complete the run just then. Sorry, I spoke over you there, Wes.
No. I'll say we've got a bottle of the neutrals in that car. Tracy Kern out against today. There wasn't a crack of fish in that car yesterday, but I was led to believe it still had the covers on it this morning. So.
Oh, that's quite a shame.
Actually, to be honest.
For both Tracy and Bruce, who I don't think Bruce got a run in the end.
Yeah, that's right. Now, it's a newly engaged, so in the group coming up very shortly.
The mighty Proton Satrium. We've sent the safety car out. Thankfully supplied and or stolen from Morgan Park Raceway.
Well, inherently supplied, maybe.
Well, they say it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
Absolutely.
Yep. That's been my motto the whole time.
Well, half of motorsport runs on that, I think.
Well, shit, life does, you know. Life number 3. Did work out for a couple of times. Third time,
I may have to have a go at that someday.
Sorry?
He's very understanding of still not the best pair. She's a lovely woman.
Sorry?
She is.
Yeah.
I am quite jealous of you, Wes Bigman.
Oh, by the way, the wife that's involved in a strange relationship with the daughter, she's got the wrong part.
But it's worth.
Mrs. Champion, folks.
Good morning.
That's not Mrs. Champion, Jamie's wife, but she is the mother to a young Miss Chan, who unfortunately isn't Jamie's daughter, in fact Rex's daughter. So let's get that out there straight away so everybody understands.
Wait, what?
That a certain Miss Chan here is not Jamie's daughter. She is in fact of the same lineage and of the same gene pool, but not Jamie's daughter. Although he does have a cup that really says that she is. His birthday recently, she gave him a cup of World's Greatest Dad. Tricia thinks it's sensational. She's got an order that she doesn't have to pay for. She thinks that's fantastic. Or didn't have to go through the 15 years of recruitment for what she is now. They're the same interest too. Hey, she's 16 when? December. What day? December, right? Keep that in mind. December 16, sweet 16, and never been kids. We don't know that. You can't prove that.
So Dick Reynolds and John Warner are out on the circuit in their clubmans. Reynolds.
That's probably one of the only Aucklands we get to see a race back in that as a Lotus River.
Yeah.
Or they call it a 93.
What?
Here she comes. Driving like a woman's about to be married.
Sophia Bacchini in the Proton Satria. Proton Satrias were quite a big thing in production car racing in the bottom class. That sounds slightly disrespectful, but the smallest engine capacity class in production car racing.
That was good, the last one.
No. I know
That's Chris Chant driving the Champ. You're
I had a text message from a certain daughter who said, I'll do better than that. She never did. But Chris had a problem yesterday. His brother gave it to him last night because he didn't realise that he couldn't handle 80 or bad with away
Oh, spinner! The Nissan Pulsar goes around. Maxwell and Thomas Contajon sharing that car, so it's being driven in the family tradition.
That track must be very cold, and that's giving everybody a rap.
Possibly. It was a little cold overnight. No clouds overnight, so any heat that was here just went straight into the upper atmosphere and faded out into space.
Yeah, I've got to think young Stevie Chan was always destined to be a race car driver because she got given a boys' name at that time. Oh, that's Stevie mixed up that. Who's the other famous female Stevie? Apart from Stevie Chan. Nothing?
I'm working on it.
No. Come on, Google it. What? Opal Trio 103 plus red.
I don't have the laptop up and running yet.
Just Google it. I just want to ask a question. Mrs. Chan. Excuse me, Mrs. Chan. Stevie's not. That's like named after Stevie.
I didn't think yes. My dad's name is Stevie.
So Stevie got a boy's name. What's wrong with that? What's wrong?
Corolla time. Graham Gray in the Toyota Sprinter. Upgraded into a supercomputer just briefly. Graham Gray in the red car. Toyota Sprinter. Brilliant race car, so the old Sprinter. As we have, Gina Siddons is back again. No, this is Cardinals actually, because this is his second attempt at a rerun. On his first attempt at a rerun, he had one of the clubbing broke down on the way around the circuit.
Do you know how to change that?
There's nothing like the noise out of those missing engines.
Oh, it's just glorious. Although in Cardinal's case, it's a 3.3 litre, so I'm not sure I'm pretty sure that's not an L series motor in that car.
Oh, I don't know. Should I block that man?
Now we've got Craig Hughes sitting on the line in the new Beetle.
Listen to that thing, will you?
It sounds brilliant. I do love it. I miss my Zeds. I mean, they may have been diabolical death traps.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Both your cars could have killed you, even by just starting them.
But I would like another one. But I'm in my lotto.
You're a man of means now. You've got to buy yourself another one.
They've, sadly, for me at least, gone up in value a bit since then, so even another death trap might cost an extra $5,000.
We know reputable people have got one.
We're just letting some pedestrians across the road towards the school direction.
I reckon we just throw the Challenger.
And the Beetle is on its way. Craig Hughes, 1800cc Volkswagen Beetle.
The big intercooler in the front. Sponsored by the Volkswagen VW magazine.
Oh yes, of course.
It was the Bible for anyone that's involved in the VW world. That you'll see Twain Booster.
Craig Hughes used to be a Formula V racer. Do you remember? Had a black car with gold trim. Honda Civic of Lachlan Kelly out on the circuit.
All I can say is thank God someone dislodged that hay bale earlier in the day, because that would have been his that time through. Here comes Ross McAndrew, all the way from down over the border, Moolumba.
One of many XL Series cars here this weekend. This has been, they're 12 years old now, the XL Cup or Circuit XL, depending on whether they're running to Queensland or South Australian regs. They were both born roughly at the same time.
A lot of the cars that have come out of the GSR Motorsport Workshop too. Lawrence Murphy.
Mighty Suzuki Swift, although a brilliant small bore production car, racing cars.
Great little engine too. The 1.3 twin cam engine was built to really work hard.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they made a great Sports 1300 sports car engine. Hello.
That's a problem.
Fishing for years, Grant Ossington in another of the XL series cars.
They were a remote cable shift on that, Judge, and they bring them up on a pedestal actually made for the race car so that it shifts higher. And unfortunately the linkage occasion, which is a cable, can get a little bit congested. Let's say that's a proper word.
And another Suzuki Swift gets underway. This is Thomas Rath. One of three members of the Rath family racing here this weekend. Grandfather, father and son. 3 generations. It's brilliant to see them out here running. They've got the grandfathers racing the Jupiter. And here's one of the BMW One Make Series cars. Car being shared today by John Connolly and Michael McMichael. John at the wheel at the moment. They've got 2 race numbers for that car. 185 is John Connolly, 191 is Michael McMichael. Car built up as one of the BMW E30 Race Drivers Cup cars for Victoria. And there's Liam Giammichelle, and Liam's pushing quite a bit harder this morning than he was yesterday. He's learning how to race this thing. Oh, he's the mother! Lost the back end, caught it, straightened it up, but no fast lap time this time.
Oh no, it's probably fast. He got to the corner 2 seconds faster than his brakes did. He was screwing more than a politician in question.
Oh dear. I'm very tempted to put a Scott Morrison joke in there, but no, we'll leave that one alone.
You can't talk about the Minister for Everything here. No. To do that.
The new Minister for Everything.
Yes.
It's from the line of Russ Hines.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
You left the house this morning, did you realise it was going to be cold? Because you're both here in shorts and a short sleeve shirt, seriously. It's not cold. Are you from around here? No? Cold climate? Well, you got that Melbourne feel about you. Yeah. You can see it in a second. You're not Tasmanian, we can't see the scar.
Yeah, I must say that that's...
These guys are really not happy about the fact they've come to watch the racing right side of the commentary box. They are just cannon fodder for me at the moment, these pairs. Have a look.
Dear, oh dear.
Thank God you've got heavy legs, mate, that's all I can say.
You are a mean man, Wes
Oh
Baby.
yeah, totally mean. I am. It's alright. We're related anyway. I can tell.
Well, we've got Stevie Chanton on the line, but we've got a little bit of a pause right at the second. So hopefully that doesn't mean Liam Giammichelle and the Celica has had a second issue out on the course after mucking up turn 2.
Barry, you're going to have to move today. That what they send you on a race. Not, especially not in that jumper.
Well, I don't know. I mean, blue flags indicating that someone's coming up to overtake you is maybe a bit of a warning all of its own. Stevie Chant on her way around the circuit.
The amount of smoke she left in the tyres, are you sure she's not Jamie? She drives like her uncle.
Whoa, lock up the brakes.
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah, the force is strong in this one.
Showing you a little bit of highlights from yesterday as we go back to the live minis. We've got a few BMW minis coming out onto the track now. Derek Holstein, the first one. These early model BMW modern minis featured a 1.6 litre supercharged engine.
I've got to tell you what, Jonesy, that's still a car on my list to own. I had one, but didn't own it.
Here's the two Monteithel family VK Commodores. Craig versus Jaden. Craig first. Real father-son battle going on between these two.
And it's very close in the time sheets too.
That PDF never showed up, just by the by, Wes.
Have a check in your messages, Tony. I'll message you.
No, nothing happening on either. The Peugeot 405, car 190. Richard Markin, 2.2 litre Peugeot 405. They were very popular super touring cars, certainly here in Australia. There was the Foxtel Peugeot team that ran for many years with Jeff Full and Mark Atherton.
Hey, Jonesy.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, mate. Got to remind people too, down at our merchandising tent, you can get tickets to some really good cars are going to be. Paul Stockwell can take you for a ride. You go for a ride in a Z car, go for a ride with Jamie, or you can go for a ride in an Evo Rocket. And also on sale down there are man cave posters. Now what they are, it's the same poster you see running around, and it's actually a fantastic thing to buy at the man cave. Definitely go and pick them up. We're available down at the merchandising tent. You get signed, whatever. Excellent. A great chance to catch up with everybody. These man cave posters.
So when I go to the replay, it only goes back to
I'll have to get one of that.
yesterday's replay.
Oh, look at that. Ask and I shall receive. That'll make me talk about it all day now. No, you can't afford on pants like this. No,
John Truman's BMW E36. Car that started life was a 318i, but at one point, yeah, well, let's just stick a bigger engine in and go with the 2.8 litre six-cylinder engine.
The choice of champion. Talk about nice cars. This car Chris Waters coming up, Jonesy, is immaculate.
Is this one of the Stillwell cars?
Correct, yes.
Whoa! Big twitch.
He's telling me he reckons it's underpowered.
Well, he's trying. He's putting down as much power as he can.
Yeah, he's trying, that's for sure. Here comes Jeff England.
Who's got a little bit more horsepower on board in the XR8.
It's the only Falcon with 20 wheels too.
That sounds brilliant.
It does. For 5 litre, it's got a great day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Now go back to camera one.
Back to the start line, we've got Falcons coming up again, although this one's Falcons,
Once again, folks, if you want to talk about beautiful cars, have a close look at this girl.
.289 Ford V8 on board that Falcon.
Coming out of the JMC workshop.
Sounds brilliant.
It does.
And here's the SS Group A.
This is Des Thomas.
The first of 4 SS Group A models that were produced by Holden, indirectly by Holden, by the Peterborough Holden dealer team, and then by Tom Walkinshaw's Holden Special Vehicles.
Still one of the most popular collector items, that model car. 1.9 litre engine in it. Built so it was they called them a VK Group A.
They had to actually reduce the capacity because the Tirana, the traditional Tirana / Commodore engine was the 308 at the time, but they had to sleeve it back to 304 to get it under the 5,000 cc capacity limit.
I'll tell you, Jonesy, that the 304, the actual 304 engine is actually better as how it's constructed.
Wayne Bell underway in the Larry Perkins Tribute Commodore, as here's Michael McMichael. Mick McNick.
Yep.
The car that, chirping the rear wheels on the change to second gear.
Look off the clutch, his foot was wet from the dew of the grass.
Yeah, that's what it is. And here's the boss. Simon Boss Walker driving the ex-Andrew Fisher V8 Ute Series car. Andrew Fisher has moved on from the V8 Ute Series and now races Touring Car Masters in an XY GT Falcon. But the Ute lives on. And Simon Boss Walker's raced here at Leyburn many a time.
His XP Falcon.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he fixed it because he biffed it.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty big hit.
Here comes
the future father-in-law.
Paul Bacchini is trying to put out of his mind the upcoming expense of a wedding by running the BMW as hard as he can.
Yeah, they talk about runaway brides, that's the runaway father-in-law.
The Toyota Sora is underway now with Mark Order, 3-litre turbocharged.
He's got a traction problem, Jonesy.
Yes. He's got too much power for the car.
Yeah, too much for the single spinner in the back. You can do it again, ready?
Yeah, you can hear the engine overpowering the tyres.
Talk about talented young drivers.
Zach Hudson, one of the TCR drivers. Racing for Gary Rogers Motorsport earlier in the year in the Super Cheap Auto TCR series that's been screened on Channel 9 and on Stan. I had to ask at one point what TCR stood for. Do you know what it stands for, Wes?
Nothing I can say here publicly.
Touring Car Racing.
Right, seriously, Jamie, that was a total letdown.
It was. Brian Wood in the Falcon Turbo just getting a bit squirrely as the MacTech's going on underway now. These Suzuki Hayabusa powered miniature race cars. Brendan Lloyd in the black and blue car, about to be chased by the white car of Neil McLeod. That car, Brendan Lloyd's, was raced by his father many a time here at Leyburn.
Oh, here we come. Here comes the Aldi.
Only one MacTech. So yeah, we've got
the Aldi's coming.
So the Matthew Reid in the Reidster MTR1 will call it the Aldi because he's stolen a shopping trolley to construct this car.
The whole chassis cost him $1 or a token at Aldi. So?
Still got a huge Venturi underneath the car because, well, you know, shopping trolleys have that ground clearance where you put the, when you get a slab of soft drink or...
Yeah, Jonesy, just to let you know, that turbo only appeared on the car until Thursday. It was normally aspirated at that point. Here they come.
Yep, the Kaz and Mark Mikulik in their squashed Mazda MX-5s. Mazda MX-5s with Austin Healey Sebring bodywork on them. It's, you know, they wanted to get an Austin Healey Sprite Sebring, but couldn't afford it, and there were none in the country, so they went and made their own out of a couple of Mazda MX-5s. And Steve Peaty, in his Mazda MX-5, thinks that the Mikuliks are cheating, and he's just gone for extra horsepower to overcome the lack of lightness compared to the two Healey cars.
And here's the bloke that got in his MX-5 with a Sawzall. Cut the windscreen off, cut the roof off. They do go faster, don't they? It's a really weird feeling though. The amount of buffering in your helmet is pretty intense at a couple hundred kilometres an hour.
Well, Skip's having a chat too.
Is it?
Yeah, Skip's to wander over to have a chat to Scott Walker and the...
Trolls are a husband and wife team involved in motorsport for 3,000 years. Skip and Mousy.
Oh, I can see the Austin 7s lining up, so that means we've got the Forest Rockets coming up next. The Austin 7s start the sprint run, and the Forest Rockets are at the end of the sprint run. So behind this Mazda MX-5 of Scott Walker, we'll have the collection of Subaru WRXs and Mitsubishi Evos.
And talking about that Evo, if you want to win a ride in that, go to Merchandise Tech, go through all their fantastic merchandise, as well as his man cave's got signed, which I've got sitting beside me. What a great thing to take home.
Scott Walker gets underway. Plenty of wheel spin. Looks looks like the weight reduction scheme worked quite well. Locks the brake. So pushing hard, Scott Walker. Of course, everything's cold this morning.
First of the five, Roberts Jonesy.
Tim Blake in the 2.4 litre Stroker Subaru. Sorry, 2.5 litre. Of course, later model Subaru Rexys did get the engine increased to 2.5 litres, but
Not too Jonesy, it's sneezing the whole way down that straight.
and here's Chris Ching in the Mitsubishi Evo. Continues very personal rivalry with Scott Dean. The way these two talk to each other, you'd never know they were friends.
No, you wouldn't do. Seriously. Righto, Jonesy, here comes the quick one.
Nick Conderjohn.
Yesterday, folks, on the back part of the circuit, if you think that's slide, you should have seen around the back part of the circuit. Watch the big screen, because we'll probably have him on the back part of the circuit. Comes through, gets it turned. Watch the wheel, he's having a bit of a crack early on this morning, Jonesy.
Yeah, watch him through turn 5, the right. Oh my goodness me, Chris Ching was completely sideways through that same turn 5.
Yeah, watch turn 5, which is up where the grandstands are, folks. It'll be on for go.
Now Nick Conderjohn's son.
That car's fixed, it's now running on all four.
Yep, William Conderjohn, chasing after his father. We hold the long shot.
Jonesy, watch the
Yep.
long shot.
No, neat. Nick's being very neat. He's chasing time.
Here comes Chris Ching's best mate, though you wouldn't know it.
Scott Dean in the car solding Mercedes AMG A45.
He is in the middle of building a new GR Yaris Turbo, folks, that will blow your mind away. 300 kilowatts at the wheels, that car.
That car,
It's got 3 cylinders.
well, the
100 kilowatts per cylinder.
Mercedes is a Bathurst 6-hour race car as the quickest of the Mitsubishis arrived. Bill Healy.
That's one of the cars you could win a hot lap in, folks.
Wow. Oh, I'm there for that. If we can take requests. And Chris Latimer, another Subaru.
No,
Sorry, Mitsubishi. I just said that wrong 3 times now. This is the older Mitsubishi Evo 4.
that car is quite a cheater all weekend, Jonesy. Very, very, very quick car in this
Carson just came
style and
just
format.
did a smash up.
Okay, we may have had a problem with Will Conterjohn. Did Will come back? Did Will finish?
Through now. Setting up home, someone's clipped the car to the right.
Was one of the black cars?
Oh, stuff the white.
Oh, the white one.
Great.
The officials running around moving cars, getting back in place.
Oh, actually, it's not Will Conterjohn. It's actually Scott Dean and the Mercedes that might have had a bit of an issue with a little problem with the bonnet. Did it look like he'd hit something?
Yeah, the whole bonnet.
Oh, wow. Oh, the bonnet had come up. Oh, my goodness. Scott Dean, yeah. The Mercedes AMG A45. But it looks like he's made it round to the finish line because the following cars went through just fine.
That's not a good thing in those because they're a composite bonnet, Jonesy.
Yeah. Brendan Sykes completes the run and the white Subaru WRX, and that completes run number 4, that would be.
No, Wayne.
No, run 3.
Came out was Wayne Rosenberg, Jeff.
Yes, yeah, the yellow Evo 9 didn't come out for a run. But we're back to the beginning, and these 3 Austin 7s that lead the field. 95, 97, and 96 years old, these 3 cars.
Car's not the driver's, folks, just want to know. Although the drivers aren't real far away from it, at least one of them.
The first car in the entry is the youngest of the 3 Austin 7s. This one's only 94 years old.
Yeah.
Only.
This is the baby. And by the way, 3 Austin 7s doesn't make it 1 Austin 21. Just want to make sure you're aware of that.
roughly the same age as Her Majesty, these three Austins.
You know what, Jonesy? The good thing about day 2 of Leyburn is I can, and unless you've been here for 2 days, I can rehash some of the jokes from yesterday and get a second run and make it for joke economy.
We'll take a short break here, Wes.
See our big screen. Here comes the Austin 7's car number 1 out, Jonesy. This car's come a long way, hasn't it? It's come from across the ditch. This is Alan Blair.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, Wes. Yeah, covered its long history in New Zealand in the 1950s and 1960s. Sat in the shed in Emu Park for years. Restoration was done by Glenn Blair, who's the uncle of Alan Blair, driver. And there's Justin McCarthy underway in his Austin 7.
Good wave to you folks, way back. Where's the wave, Justin?
Oh, is he concentrating? He's going for a time.
Jonesy's concentrating.
Some of the times yesterday between Justin McCarthy and Russell Wright were actually almost close.
He's got his arm outside the car, folks, not because he's relaxed, it's because there's no room in the car.
There's small cars, Austin 7s.
If the sun was in the wrong angle yesterday, this car was not my best friend. Beautiful built car, this one.
Russell Wright, Austin 7. Venting a little bit of steam under the nose of the car. Although, no, it's just momentary.
No, it's still there, Judge. I'm watching it go down.
And there's the slowest game of chicken you've ever seen in your life, as the number 3 Austin was driving straight towards the number 1 Austin 7, with the barriers of the middle of the course separating them.
Here's Max Stevenson.
Oh,
His
yeah.
car is gorgeous.
Only got one run in yesterday, broke down on the first 2 runs. Long wheelbase Aston Martin Le Mans. '33 model Aston Martin. Goodness. An 89-year-old Le Mans 24-hour car. Yeah, Le Mans 24-hour goes back that far. Started in the mid-1920s, possibly even with the 100th anniversary to come next year for Le Mans 24-hour.
Here's Barry Smith lining up the first of our Indy specials.
Lights the rears. Undertired for what they are, these cars. But you don't want to get too non-period with the tyres in these side-valve port V8s.
Yeah.
Dex Harrow should be able to Bishop Jonesy, and it is. I can see it in Mike Collins' car.
Well, I guess that means Pete Trapnell's out on the lens this morning with the camera rather than racing the car. Good morning, Peter, wherever you are. And that's Steve DeLisa in the Dodge, actually, not Al Bishop. So only 2 of the V8 specials heading out this morning.
Should be John Devitt lining up next, Jones, in the Holden special.
One of a number of such race cars. The Holden 6-cylinder is a popular engine for all manner of race cars. So you get that Tirana XC1 sound in a variety of applications.
But that's not exactly the same here as their grey engine in these, James.
Well, yes.
Here comes a car that's very interesting. You don't get to see a Joe at Jupiter very often.
Doug Rath, in the grandfather of the Rath family racing here this weekend. Brilliant to see Doug.
The engine note of that car at idle sounds nothing like it when it's running. A car with so much history now is on the start line.
Oh, yes. Never Burt Whistle in the Centaur Wagon GT. Another Holden engine car, as you make mention of, West Beacon, grey motor, although not grey motor really, because this is a twin cam Wagon engine. It's still the original Wagon head on that car.
Is he really? Oh, well done.
But we've got the safety car ready to go, the Morgan Park Performance Machine. So it's one of the... In fact, I can hear some rumbling going on out in the direction of the circuit from us in commentary, so possibly one of the two 1930s style open wheelers has had a little bit of an issue. Oh, actually, no. That's one of the. There's a line of choppers that have arrived over the back of the spectator area, glinting in the sun. And I don't mean the helicopter kind, although we've got those too. No, motorcycles. We just need to fix one of the hay bales that looked like briefly might have just had a touch up, and we've had one of the Collins hay forklifts out in the circuit as the Gillard completes its run.
Hey, Jonesy.
Yeah, go.
You know that certain really rapid sitting hatches out there this weekend? Mm-hmm. The one of Lachlan Kelly.
Yeah.
It's his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Lachlan Kelly.
Yeah, your mum wishes you a happy birthday, and that's what she seems to say. Mum wishes real happy about it. She remembers all those years ago how you arrived on the world.
And think of how much...
Pain and grief.
I was going to say that, actually, yeah.
So happy birthday, Lachlan. Carnival 179, folks, that's the Silver Honda Civic. We'll see you later on this run. You were talking about the Central Wagon. Wagon was an engineering company way back when, and they developed a twin engine.
So what?
And also a whole wagon camshafts and all sorts of things. Tremendously smart operator was the Wagon family, and they were the choice of champions for not only the circuit racing but also speedway too, Judgy. And wagon engines were the GO if you could ever get one, especially wagon heads. So it made a hell of a difference to motorsport back in the day. So much more horsepower out of the grain engines with a wagon camshaft and also wagon heads. And
they moved, and after doing really nice things with the Holden inline six-cylinder engine, they went on to take the Ford Kent 4-pot and turn that into the Wagon twin cam engine, which powered...
And there's very few of those around though, Judge. It wasn't as prolific as the six-cylinder Holden stuff.
No, it was getting slightly more specialised. But like
the timing guys going out, Judge. So we must have a timing issue as well.
Yeah, and I see the Jupiter of Doug Rath is lining up for a rerun, so...
The timing car will turn right here. What's this?
Oh, it's gone the wrong way! He's not going to settle that time! That's cheating, isn't it? Going right there? I mean, that's shortcutting most of the circuit.
Well, they didn't even cross the beam down on the start-finish line, James, so it won't have to on track anyway.
See a long line of clubman race cars lining up behind the Centaur Wagon.
Take away to our merchandise tent too. We can get the tickets for our hot laps. Go into the raffle for a ride in a number of 4 cars that we're going to be sending through. Also pick up your Man Cave sign.
The blue car sitting on the line there with the prominent K on the bonnet, that is the Centaur Wagon, raced to the Australian GT Championship victory by John French, who was Dick Johnson's co-driver at Bathurst in 1981, but won the Australian GT Championship back in 1962. John French still going strong today. He was an Alfa Romeo dealer for many, many years.
Oh, did I? Sorry. How do you do the other side?
You can't go this way, you've got to go back to the pits.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you go straight down the pit lane and then into the paddock down the back.
So we're talking about history and car. Jonesy, the only thing I'm worried about is the Wagon, the Wagon, Central Wagon doesn't have a glove box in it, does it? I hope it doesn't, because they checked it for Vegemite sandwiches like they did with Dick Johnson's Falcon that time.
Oh dear, yeah, that was a grim discovery. The story is told that John French used to always take a Vegemite sandwich out during the midday run while during the Bathurst 1000, and one year he forgot it, and after Bathurst, the team didn't race the Falcon for the rest of the year. And when they dusted the car off in February to get ready for the following season, they found John's Vegemite sandwich still in the glove box. Now, that was 4 months it sat there.
It had actually it became its own colony at that point. An ecosystem inside the glove box of the car, and it fully self-sufficient. It didn't need anything at all to survive.
It was on the verge of developing language skills.
Yes.
So we'll just at this moment, once we might go for a short break on the live stream and commercial break, and we will be back very shortly.
So we now have the Central Wagon sitting on the line, Neville Burt Wessel at the wheel, 1962 Australian GT Championship. Lining up behind them we see a couple of other members of Bevan Batham's glorious collection of museum spec collection of cars. You see the Alfa Malola that Brad Stratton is driving.
Doesn't matter. You can't have dead air. You've got to have sound all the time.
Big pusher cars coming into the paddocks now, Jonesy, for our show and shine as well this weekend.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, that's
thousands of cars on display out there. So if you're looking for something else to do while racing's quiet, head over to Show and Shine, which is in the giant wheels at the pub over that side. It's going to be a sensational show. I'm not going to get a chance to go down this year. Normally it's in behind us here, Jonesy, but we've got our glampers and our camping area here for the VIPs, and unfortunately that's taken up space where we have to move it, which is probably about a paddock for it anyway. But we've got it over there. Again, we push forward with our broadcast. Thanks very much to the guys from Optus. I can't think of enough of this big screen. It's a cracker, isn't it? Could you imagine showing up at your mate's place? He says, "Oh, we're going to watch the footy at my place." Yeah, right. I'll bring the TV. Show up the big screen. That'd be sensational, wouldn't it? You couldn't say you can't get a good view or something when that's up there.
there's nothing you can't achieve with a truck these days. We can get the big screen in, then we've got to get a few food trucks around it. Bit of street food.
We auctioned off the ultimate esky last night, thanks to the guys from Forex and actually from the company. It was Forex full of Forex promotional product inside a huge esky with including a carton of beer. And we got Shane Leafy up to $350 in it before he bailed out some of the actually. We actually took a fair bit of money out of Shane last night. Here's an appropriate song playing, John, don't you? Hang on, help us on its way. Here comes the central wagon. One beautiful race car.
New survivors of the Appendix K sports car racing formula of the 1950s and 1960s. Brilliant race car. Chasing Nav on the circuit now, we've got this will be David for Central Bottom. And he's going to be chasing on the circuit by Brad Stratton in the Alpha Malala. The Malala, one of the prettiest race cars. This is just a gorgeous collection of curves wrapped around a 1.5 litre Ford 4-cylinder racing engine. Designed and built by the great continued building open race cars right up to 1980.
Transaxle rear end, Jonesy, too, by the way.
Gary Kemp had the idea of adapting a Formula 5000 to ground effect aerodynamics. Goodness me, it was a one-off race car, the up and MR9. And Gerald Jupiter of Time Round gets a rerun.
Yeah, well, one thing that we can get you this weekend too is just to log onto our YouTube channel. You'll be able to see the instant replays of what's happened here this weekend, because you'll see that on our YouTube channel from the guys from PTV Channel 0. So, and it's also being brought to you by the guys from Optus this weekend, because when we asked them to be involved, all they could say was yes.
Chris Bean out in the circuit, the Manpower Special, another one of these golden engine race cars.
Yeah, Jonesy, that car has expelled some fluid onto the track.
Well, that's not stopping Grant Branch to get the Formula Minor underway.
Interesting engine in the back of this, folks. That is a 500cc engine out of a Velocet Venom.
One of a couple of Venoms here this weekend, although completely different in both cases. Venom Formula V and the Velocet Venom.
Yeah.
Oh, the Manpower Special almost caught the Jupiter. Coming around the stage. Couple of latest 7 Clevelands coming up now. Shane Murphy first up. 1.6 million forward in these latest seconds. Shane Murphy's chasing fine here. Very smooth run through turn 1 and through turn 2. John Bailey, the slower of these two lowest clubs, is running in the historic group. And following them up will be David Cross in the Open Formula 5000 running here this weekend. So Bowen B6, Bowen Hayes B6, because this car was modified by
No,
for many years. So it was modified from the Formula 5000 to a hill climber. So not completely genuine Bowen B6, but not so taken. An awesome race car in its own right. All the red sticker on the radiator side pod, red A sticker signifying that it's an alcohol fueled car.
You clip that back.
Very important though, because it helps in the event of something nasty happening, the fireys, when they attempt to develop, they know exactly what type of fuel the car has.
And talking about the Venom,
You know all about this race car, where people.
it used to fit me in it. I used to race way back in the day.
Well, you were a smaller person.
I wasn't, Jonesy, I was about the same size as I am now, believe it or not, when I got in that car. Gravity was my friend getting in, wasn't my friend getting out though.
Christopher Hassman arrives in the Motorco.
Yep.
An American designed and built sports 2000 race car. 2-litre Ford Pinto engine that powered the Sports 2000 racing category that was very popular in the United Kingdom and in the United States. Didn't make it here to Australia at the time. We had other sports car brackets running here. But extremely popular now because so many of the sports 2000
Dun, 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 dun.
Sunbeam Alpine, as Wes Beeman demonstrates his love for the Noel Brooks created Spy Series Get Smart. Sunbeam Alpine was featured in that. George Bruchot. MGB. One of a number of MGBs racing here this weekend, although the also for MGBs for a change are being outnumbered by the airteams.
Yeah, very much so. First time I think in a long time, Jonesy, that's happened, actually, to be honest. Next car coming up to a cracker, Jonesy, first of your cars. That car is far more its original spec too, Jonesy.
Yeah, this is actually a Group SC historic racing car. So this has actually got to have fairly standard set of mechanicals in that that's in Not so much on the Volvo Mark 7 that's coming around now, very handy car, very much modified from the original Volvo Mark 7 road car. It was an Australian car built in South Australia, I believe. The Volvo Mark 7s had a 3.1 litre Holden motor.
Come the first of the Austin Lancers. I was talking to Steve before, Jonesy. I haven't seen him today, and spoke to him over coffee this morning. He looking fighting fit, Stevie Ether, the owner of GSR. Here comes Keith Edwards, Porky's we call him, in the Marola. White's called a Marola, folks. If you put the two cars together, it's a Morris with a Corolla drivetrain. Popular actually in the day was to put the A12 engine in those cars out of a Datsun 1200, but a lot of people did the other way, went to Corolla, a little bit more fettling, so to speak.
Morris Miners racing in the very early stage of Bathurst 1000 when it was a 500-mile race and it was held at Phillip Island instead of Bathurst. Max Parnell on the way down the Mark 1 Jaguar. One of the Mark 2 Jaguars won the first 4 Australian Touring Car Championships. David Mackay in 1960, Queensland's Bill Pitt won the Australian Touring Car Championship and lowered in his Jaguar in 1961. And then a pair of championship victories for Bob James of Team Mars fame. Max Parnell and the Jaguar on the way. The car that
Has been to every Leyburn. And that car's been to every Leyburn since it's happened, Jonesy, and normally in the hands of Ken Freeburn, who's not here today. He's had to listen to us on the broadcast. With an extra camshaft, couple of Webbers.
Phil Haskett, John Holt sharing this next white Cortina. There's 4 of them in a row come through. This one has the blue stripe. Whoa! Showed the rear end of the Lotus and the hay bales.
I was just laughing, Jones. Your gentleman beside me, he said cold tyres, and I said, hot foot. So didn't the not equal amount of pressure on the car.
And Chris Rath coming through in the form of these Mark 1 Ford Cortinas. This is the middle generation of the Rath family, and
same cold tyres.
yeah, he's got the Cortina as well.
Yeah, that's
Chris, Doug Russ ran in the GR2, but Chris ran in the Ford Cortina. And I forgot the name of the youngster. Paul Gilbert was down 1600. They were brilliant rally cars, but they were also a pretty good circuit racer as well. George Garner in particular was a very good circuit racer in this is in the late 1960s.
Paul Sheargold.
Still had the same sort of drivetrain as the Mark I Cortinas. Played a package. This is Paul Sheargold's 8th run at Leyburn.
Young Tom's up next, Jonesy.
Tom Bronsford, former winner of the junior races. He's overcooked it, but misses the hay bale.
I think he's lucky that the previous competitor dislodged that one at the end, Jonesy, because otherwise he was going to have a problem. It's sort of provided an escape route, hasn't it?
It's like that bit of extra bitumen they put on the outside of Hull Corner of Bathurst because everyone's going to overshoot the corner. So you're around that, and that, the hay bale on the way, you'll be
The mighty Amazon.
That's a beautifully presented.
It is. It's a credit to him. You've got to go have a closer look at that car. Craig Anderson coming up next, Jonesy.
Honestly, yeah, a couple of Group NC cars come through at the moment. The Volvo and down the 4-3.
And this is the real deal.
Yeah, this was ex-OC Group NC historic touring car. Barry Seaton, the 1965
Righto, Jonesy.
500 winner.
Stand back, folks. Stand back from the fence. Matt Clift is here.
The Mazda R100.
He has got a mate. He's actually built this car and changed its spec just to the sprints. That's a second gear takeoff, folks. Second, third. No, he didn't get into that was second into third into fourth. Sorry, folks. He's got the close ratio gear, 5-speed gearbox and a tall diff. I said, "What do you got, a 411?" And then he goes, "Nah, bigger than that." So he said, I put this thing together just for the sprints. He is pulling over 8.5, 9,000 RPMs.
Lap record holder at Morgan Park Raceway for over 2-litre Group N historic touring cars. Normally he races an RX2, but he's taken the...
Dusted off the R100.
Yeah, well the R100 is sprints car, because of course shorter point to point, shorter straights.
Watch, here he comes across the start-finish line for those in the grandstand up top. Stand back, as we said. He'll be on 2 wheels. He goes around that left-hander.
No, he won't, because he's actually
He must have got a bad run. Well, that's a bit of a shame. One of the most spectacular drivers we have at this race circuit.
And here comes Bob Haggerty in the Mazda RX2.
Out of the same workshop.
Morgan Park Performance, that's on the road to...
I love Bob's photo in the souvenir lift out, Jonesy. All 4 locked up trying to get it stopped.
Bob's a multiple Queensland historic touring car champion in that Mazda RX2.
Nadine's put the charger on the trailer too, I think, Jonesy. So here comes Glenn Westner. Isn't that just the most superb sounding Holden 6-cylinder engine? And talking about superb sounding Holdens, looks like Norm Foyster's got a traction problem. O'Connell to in battle with himself and the car. Nothing better than the sound of,
10-11 now.
yeah,
V8 Monaro. The 5.4-litre Chevrolet motor, the 327 SMA GTS 327, replaced by the HT GTS 350. And we're on the Falcon GTHs coming back through the very rapid and the same We've had the boarding, now we've got the scoring.
this car is rapid, Jonesy.
Oh, Tyson Cowie on the line, this green and yellow Mark II Escort Sports sedan. Oh, black car of Dennis Brown. So these two very rapid Ford Escorts.
Love that engine note out of that car.
Oh, doesn't it remind you of days spent in the forest going after rallies?
Yeah, it does, Jonesy. And in fact, you know, you think about it, some of the best times I've ever had have been in the dark at night watching spotlights come through forestry. That's even when there was an event on, when you go out shooting and...
Not working?
I can see a smoke cloud down there, so I've got a funny feeling there's no 100 going to get a rerun. Yes, it is. Here comes the Scooby-Doo. Oh, Ayres gets just stopped and turned.
Kenny Ayres in the Subaru Liberty as we complete the logbook sports sedans going through in the early part of the running. Well, there's plenty more sports sedans to come.
Pretty sure the ABS is working then, Jonesy. All right, folks, take two. Definitely stand back from he's got warm tyres and warm brakes.
So Matt Clift in the Mazda R100. Pushing hard for race time in the crisp air of Sunday morning. Oh, pushing hard.
He's having a crack, Jones. He's got warm tyres. They pray for these reruns.
And here's the Shrekmobile, the green Datsun 1600 of Neil Burley. I say Datsun 1600, this one's got an L20 engine, so, but you don't call them Datsun 2000 because that's a completely different car.
Right, I watch for... We've got the long shot of Matty Cliff coming. Here he comes through the start-finish line, Jonesy.
Very neat and tidy, actually.
Yeah, he was on 2 wheels, Jones. I got to see the roof.
Okay. The 206 of Andrew Fletcher is next onto the track.
Bit of a different car this time for him, Jones. He's gone to a front-wheel drive car back from the rear-wheel drive Hillman Imp.
Yeah. Yeah, Hillman Imp's seen many a time here at Leyburn, as we have the Alfetta GTV on the line now. Sid Smith and Jack West sharing this Alfetta GTV.
This is
4-cylinder Alfa Romeo. Sorry, Wes, I missed you.
So Sid Smith at the wheel of this one, this time. Jack will be coming up next, and Jack's a junior, by the way.
Awesome. David Malone's Commodore Turbo was up next.
Yeah, it's the Commodore that was built with an identity crisis.
Yeah, the only Holden Commodore with a Nissan engine.
Yes, the heart of the line, but the body of a lion, but the heart of a Japanese tiger.
David Malone's son.
Malone's son. Oh, Jonesy,
Dipping
warming up.
left into the turn 2 as the Nissan 3-litre.
What's up now, Jonesy? That'll be the Lancer now.
Indeed. From this is Noel
Out of Tom,
Pocklington, who's
83.
yeah. The car was shuffled around a little bit. I don't know whether that was because it's a Mitsubishi Lancer. It's a Forest Rocket. No, it's not the turbo 4-wheel drive, naturally aspirated car. So it's shuffled up the order with the sports sedans. As we see another one of our sports sedans running up the order, the enormous ex-Garth Walden, ex-Brian Walden sports sedan.
car misbehaving just slightly.
It's
Just
cold. It doesn't like. But this car won't misbehave, Jonesy. This is Paul Bond. This is rapid, folks. This.
oh yeah, this turbocharged Datsun 1600.
That's got so much torque. It'd just. Unbelievable.
It's got so much torque that it's been nicknamed Alan Jones.
I had to think about what I was going to say then, and a certain gentleman I've worked with for the last 2 days knew where I was heading and then looked straight over at me and I didn't finish what I was going to say. But he knew exactly what I meant.
Gavin Taylor driving the Commodore sports sedan as is the number 57 Gemini of Mick Doyle. If you think that car doesn't sound like a Gemini, that's because it's got a V6 Commodore engine. It's a bit of a history of re-engineing Holden Geminis over the years, when the Commodore V6s have become quite a popular transplant for Gemini Exoticas. As the Ford Escort 2.4 litre Mark 1 Ford Escort of Bruce Garland.
The only thing forward about that drivetrain is the badge that's on the outside of the car.
Well, yeah, it's a Honda engine in that car. Honda K24 engine inside that Ford Escort. Not exactly standard.
Here comes Kebby Crosh.
Speaking of not exactly standard, Mark 1 Ford Capri GT with a 302 Windsor V8.
A Piranha replica.
And
Talking about reshoot, we're doing a fair bit of re-engineered cars at the moment. The next one's the perfect match made in heaven, isn't it, really?
Ben and John McGrath sharing this Nissan Silvia with a Chevrolet LS1 V8. And it sounds very LS1 Chevy.
It's a match made in heaven. Now, this is what happens when guys drink on a Saturday night. This is a Morris Minor with a 5 litre Ford engine in it.
Who thinks that? Who looks at a Morris
I
Minor
know.
and says it needs a Windsor V8?
That is an alcohol-infused experiment, that car. Friends get together over an open fire and think, can we? Oh, here comes Dwayne.
It's 400 cubic inches in this Tirana. 1974 LH Tirana. 6.6 litres.
Oh, gets it. No, it stopped.
Pinches the left rear.
There was, believe it or not, after all of that turning of tyres, there was different tyre temperature you went to stop on each side. And this, once again, none of these alcohol-fueled Saturday nights.
Yeah, let's take a KE10 Toyota Corolla and we'll add an LS1 Chevy to it. If you've ever wondered, can you fit a LS1 V8 into a KE10 Toyota Corolla?
You can.
You can't. No, you can't. They had to modify the car.
Oh, no, but you can fit it in.
Oh, goodness, Taylor's wide through turn 5. He was well and truly on the grass. He's pushing on the big Tory.
Our junior competitor coming through, Jack West, Jonesy, in the Alfetta. Now the hot shoes are coming, Jonesy. This is the
here
guy
we
that
go.
holds the outright lap record here. He should be coming up shortly. Or is he letting other cars come first? We might be getting a couple of reruns first, Jonesy. But when you see the red 2006 Ghoul line up of Dean Amos, you know we're getting serious. Current lap record holder won the event 6 times, Jonesy, hasn't he? No, 4 times. Is that correct? Dean Amos, 4 times.
6.
6, is it? That's right.
Equal with Ray Vandersee.
That's right, equal Ray Vandersee. The man who's chasing him has won 4, and that's Warwick Hutchinson. In the orange is the new black. Rotary powered race car.
Very special race paint on the Warwick Hutchinson's car. That's the official Lamborghini orange.
Is it?
Oh,
Oh.
he went to some effort to get that. to get that.
I tell you what, Jonesy, that breeze that's come up now, that is dead set Arctic. That is colder than the reception you get at the police station. Tell you, it is. Here it comes. Righto, Dean Amos. Man going for the win this weekend.
Going for a record 7th Leyburn Historic Sprints victory. He's taking his time warming the car up because you don't have to launch immediately that the flag drops. The timing starts when your car crosses the timing beam, not when the flag drops. So Dean Amos underway. That car gets from corner to corner so quickly. 3.5 litre engine powering this Gould GR55.
Don't blink, folks. You'll be back in a minute.
Next up of the really quick open wheelers, Brett Bull was 3rd fastest yesterday in the Kawasaki powered Van Diemen.
Dean Amos is back on the back part of the circuit, Jones. He's arrived early.
Very quick. He was doing 41s and into the 40s yesterday.
Talking about Lamborghini Orange, here it comes. Warwick Hutchinson and the turbocharged rotary car.
Car built by OMS in the UK, named by Warwick as the RPV3, and that's rotary powered vehicle. Exactly what it says on the tin.
Here comes
Here's
the
Neil
Fly.
Lewis in the Fly 01. Another 1.3 litre motorcycle engine.
In fact, Jones, I've just looked down the track. There's actually a belt off Warwick Hutchinson's car. Here comes 66.
Yeah, that's a new car to the Leyburn Sprints this year.
There's actually a fan belt on the racetrack on the exit of turn number 1, right mid-track. Just to driver's left.
Yeah, I can see it now that you pointed out. Peter Gilbert out there in the short wheelbase BNG hill climber. Being chased now by the Farrell of Hamer.
Everybody's going over it, so it's right in the middle of the line, so it goes between both front wheels. So
David Quelch in the DPQ Special about to launch. Honda powered car if memory serves.
Yep, certainly is. Steve Woodridge lining up. No, it's not actually. This will be the car of Luke Wilkes. Luke Wilkes, sorry.
Sorry, it's David Quelch's car's Suzuki Hayabusa powered car, I should say. Yes, he had the Empire 01 of Luke Weeks. He's only had this car less than a year. And on his first lap in the car at Mount Cotton, crashed it.
All right, here comes Steve Woodridge.
Yeah, the last of the big open wheelers that are chasing the fastest time of the day. Steve Woodridge, this is a genuine Formula 3 Dallara, still in Formula 3 specification. Running a 2-litre Spies Opel 4-cylinder engine.
Here comes Alan Greenbury in the 930cc Hillman M that can match these cars for a rev range.
930 cc's, that's the big motor for a Hillman M.
Have a listen to it, folks. Oh, I did change gears today. Was using about 9,500 RPMs yesterday in the car.
Oh, the absolute scream of these little Hillmans.
It was just about coming off. Talking about guys that really push hard. This is Rodney Hanson up next.
Morris Cooper S Mark 1. Got the big 1270.
Oh, Rodney's had a big moment.
Around he goes, the number 74 Mini Cooper S. Yeah.
He's going to hate he did that in front of me. The one person who want to do that in front of is me.
Now Rod's going to hear about it every time that they meet up with you, Wes.
Rod named Uraeus.
Now, I don't think we're going to see that kind of behaviour out of the Plymouth Valiant.
Let's hope not.
It's a slightly bigger car, this Valiant.
If it had a spin and it had actually crossed two postcodes, that car.
And that's not what they mean by mailing it in just quietly.
No, just quietly.
Slant 6, triple Webers, 3.7 litre or 225 cubic inch in the old money. Plymouth Valiant. That's a beautifully presented car. Dale's owned the car for 15 years. It's an American car, but he's had it converted to right drive.
If Warwick Hutchinson's pit crew is there, if he notices it's lost a belt, we've actually got a belt on the front, on the straight just after the commentary booth, which is his.
Oh, Greg Bull. Brett Bull was in the Van Diemen open wheel. I know this is Greg Bull in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. A little untidy through the exit of turn 1.
I was just trying to get the car into the corner a bit quicker, Jonesy.
Oh.
Here comes Robert Kippen.
Or is it Steve? Steve's cross-entered in the car. But no, Rob Kippen driving. Datsun 1600, twin Webers. So it's had the upgrade because they came with Hitachi.
Craig Lawrence, next car up.
Yeah, very neat, very rapid Ford Escort, this car. Very hard driven.
Well, Jonesy, I've got to tell you something interesting. A guy that's worked with me in commentary here for some time is actually live watching the broadcast while he's away rallying somewhere, and that's Jamie Lawrence, folks, listening live and loud on the broadcast in Alice Springs.
Oh,
we're going to Alice
Jamie.
Springs at the moment.
Awesome, that's fantastic.
Australia's fastest hospital wardsman, Rhett Siltstone.
And yeah, this the big motor mini, this one, 1.3 litre. 1275, the standard Cooper S, but if you sleeved it out to the maximum allowable, it was a 1310. Sleeved it, bought it. Silly me. Donna Trustham in the Mark II Ford Cortina.
Believe
Next
it or not,
up.
how lucky am I, Jonesy, that Jamie Lawson took a still shot of Rodney Hanson's spin from the live broadcast, and I've just sent Rodney Hanson a photo of his spin from the live broadcast. He's going to hate me.
Oh, you're such a sledger. You should play cricket, Wes,
Oh, yeah.
that level of sledging ability.
Talking about quick Datsun 1200s, I don't know if we can segue to that, but I have.
Matt Wyburn, Datsun 12. A15 engine, R31 diff with LSD. That's limited slip differential. That's not suggesting that he's having hallucinogens. Mark Ward in the Mark II Cortina.
In the Neptune Racing Team coloured car.
So that would make it a Jim McEwen tribute car. Jim McEwen raced Cortinas for the Neptune team. Back in the old Neptune racing team, the drivers didn't run the same car. Everyone had a different car. There was Norm Beachy in the Mustang, McEwen in the Cortina.
And who was in the Mini,
Peter
Jonesy?
Manton was in the Mini.
Well done, you. That car was actually still, Manton car was still being raced until an unfortunate accident at Sydney Motorsport Park, in which it was unfortunately run into by a Falcon from Queensland.
Oh. I didn't think he could shorten a Mini, but maybe if we hit it with a Falcon.
Oh! That's what we want to see first thing on Sunday morning.
Paul Brailsford, that's Tom's dad.
Someone's in a hurry to get to church. He's going to have to say a couple of... He nearly said a Hail Mary as he exited.
Now the BMW 2002 of Ross Cuff.
Well, it's actually 2000, Jonesy, which is... This is because the 202 was a two-door
Was the
version.
two-door, yes, of course.
And this is the luxury version of the car.
BMW New Class, they were called originally.
That's right.
if you want to go by the BMW code, there were the E9s, I think.
Hang on. Here we go. Master Current, yep.
Car is called Pappy, as it was named after...
All cars got the name. All cars got a nickname in the current fleet. Everything gets a nickname. If hang around long enough not long enough here at the racetrack, Jonesy will give you a nickname as well. Like Hollywood.
D Downey first, though, in the 2-litre Datsun 1600. L20B Nissan engine. Well, Datsun
okay,
engine,
what car?
to call it an L20.
We love this car.
Subaru LSD diff.
Oh, I want one actually.
45 Webers. Twin 45 Webers.
All right, Jonesy.
The D Downey's car was underwater during the floods back in February, but
Just
running strongly now. Not as strong as the Triumph Dolomite here.
Hey Jonesy, they've owned that car since 1978. I have it on good authority
Yeah,
because the car's
44
owner is
years.
sitting beside me. She's letting her husband drive it.
And Don punishes that Triumph Dolomite. Neil Penboss in the Volkswagen Beetle. This is old Beetle, not new Beetle.
Herbie rides again, Jonesy.
Indeed, indeed. 1.8 litre engine in this Volkswagen Beetle. Neil Penboss has been driving V-dubs since 1982 and raced a Formula V in the late 1980s.
And boy is he tired. So happy wife gets to go back and watch, go back to greet her husband. That's nice to see, isn't it?
Sean and Kieran Rooney on track sharing that grey Fiat 124. That's one of the cars that's owned by Earl Murray. Several cars that Earl's entered here this weekend. Dave Siddery's Triumph. No, this isn't Jezebel. This is Toby Barker's 2.5 litre Triumph.
Johnny Bolton's lining up down the bottom here, Jonesy.
Toby Parker's been racing that 2500 Triumph here since 2004.
I was going to say, it'd be all of about 15 plus years.
Yeah. John Bolton and LC Tirana. It's got the bigger motor though. It's got the LJ motor. So
I think under group rules, Jonesy, you're actually allowed to put the bigger engine in under rules.
well, then you
No,
don't have to.
I think even under the category, I think you're allowed to change them.
Number 96. Car that was entered as a Mazda RX-8, but it's aged a bit and become a Ford in the meantime.
I just
I know that Ford and Mazda have a relationship,
Yeah,
but
not
I'm
that
not quite
close.
sure that a Ford Capri is really a badge-engineered Mazda RX-8.
similar body shape though.
The Falcon Sprints completely crossed up. This is a burnout display rather than a lap time here for the 99 Falcon Sprint of Glenn Gerstle.
Obviously, this guy's got shares in Hoosier. You know what? He's driving around with it, was playing this. It's actually cars saying, "Who's your daddy?"
I think someone bet him that he couldn't write. Oh, spinner! The Capri's gone around at the back of the course.
So we can talk
Gerstle's
about
gonna get a
Hollywood.
rerun.
Here comes Phil Hollywood Ross. That car, folks, is a 64.5 Mustang. It is build number 963, and it has never not been a race car in its life. It was actually off the production line, built as a race car, and it's been that way ever since.
Oh, another spinner. Gerstle's gone around in the Falcon Sprint. So that's two cars in a row, two Fords in a row that have had big spins at turn 5 at the back of the course. Big spectacle. And there's, yeah, oh, it's the replay now. I thought
There's
I thought
Gersten
from
coming
Roman
through.
Hollywood had spun as well.
And look at this Gersten. He's just sideways everywhere. Gotta love that.
Glenn Gerstle also races a Murray Carter's old Group C touring car, Ford Falcon, in the Heritage Touring Car Series.
Good to see the guys from Blaze Performance putting on a show, Johnny. That might have actually upset Jamie so much that we'll see a show out of Jamie Chan. Tell you what, for a bloke that's got a very crook a very, very cook right foot. He's done it so far very well this weekend. Oh, here we come. No.
This is Darryl Busby.
Here comes Darryl Busby.
We're now doing burnout competitions, it seems. Now we've got Jamie Chan.
Oh, we're in trouble now, folk. This is a 358 cube NASCAR engine.
You know, back at the QR Open Day, that was only a month and a half ago, Jamie was getting around in a wheelchair because of his foot. He's pushing hard, Jamie Chan. Not pushing hard for a race time, but he wants the trophy for best burnout.
This is Jamie's 22nd event in a row, folks. You can say it, Jonesy.
Now here's Hollywood having a rerun in his early model, very early model Ford Mustang. Now I finally got some times just by the way, Wes.
Now there's Lawrence up and running. Next, this is Lawrence Densley.
This is John Hall in the
Oh, Johnny Hall's got a rerun, is he? Oh, an early run again. Come and join you a bit further back down here, Jonesy. That way I can actually see down. The grandstand's got a little bit crowded at the moment.
They're sick of the sight of you, I think, West people. As Lawrence Densley in the 7-litre big block Ford Mustang.
Oh, he didn't get it. Oh,
did he got it around.
I don't know how he got that round the corner then. We've got a better camera angle than you folks here, and from the top shot, here's the replay of it. Have a look at that. That nearly wasn't going around the corner.
Oh, missed the apex, but a long way. The car was locked up and going straight on. David Dunn in the XW Falcon out on the track now. 5.8 litre Windsor V8. Windsor? No, that's not right.
It will be.
Okay. I doubt myself too much. Ford Capri time again, and this is a rerun as well. Tracy Kirby, who had the big spin at turn 5.
Rule of thumb, Jonesy, if it's an XW, it's got a Windsor. If it's an XY, it'll have a Cleveland. Rule of thumb.
Okay, well, speaking of which, we
Not necessarily, though, but built that way.
Dave Griffiths in the Wild Violet XW Falcon. Looking more violent than violet. To the moment I think it takes quite almost sedate run through turn 1.
It's taking it nice and gentle, actually.
Yeah. Jim Hodgson's up. No, Jim Hodgson is not up next.
It's a rep run back for a certain Blaze performance car.
The Glenn Gerstle Falcon Sprint.
Do you reckon he's going to go for time this time or put on a show? Knowing Glenn, it'll be a show, I think.
Yeah. I think this is just an opportunity to show off a little bit more. Fastest time of the weekend was actually still Dean Amos's opening run yesterday of 41.671. Second fastest, Warwick Hutchison again, his first lap on a 42.765. You know, I reckon Glenn Gerstle's going for a time this time. No burnout, smooth run. An opportunity. Now we get Jim Hodgson in the GT350 Shelby. Car created, built by Carroll Shelby in Shelby American. Played by Matt Damon in the film Ford versus Ferrari. The first American to win the Le Mans 24-hour driving for Aston Martin. And here's Gerstle in the Falcon Sprint coming back. He's very... Oh! He killed a witch's hat. Greg McKinnon in the notchback Mustang unleashes. Another very rapidly driven Mustang, chasing time, chasing a rock.
Very much in the style of Gagan's Super Mustang, wasn't it really? The big angry flares on it. Here it comes, the car. Have a look at the license plate.
Another one of our big block Falcons, Luke Stitz, a drag racer.
It's a 7-litre car, and it is just cranky.
I mean, that bonnet scoop on the Luke Stitz's Falcon there sort of screams drag racer, and you'd be absolutely correct. Back to Capri's now. Phil Walters, Phil Walters in another one of these 302 Windsor powered Capris.
Yellow flag. So we've got a problem, Jonesy. Yellow flag on the circuit. So it looks like Cranky has got cranky.
So Luke Stitz, of course, in the big block Ford Falcon is the prime suspect. Although Greg McKinnon, I'm not sure which of the big Fords made it back or not. Here he comes now. Yeah, he's trickling it around, Luke Stitz, the big block Falcon, so he's disgraced himself over the back of the course somewhere, presumably spin at turn 3 or turn 4. Almost apologetically taking it through the chicane. So Walters in the Capri will get a rerun. As is that Rhett Silkstone lining up for a rerun as well in the Mini? Yeah, just looking at
We've got fluid down because Kitty Cat's going out for a run.
Okay. Deposit some kitty litter wherever the Falcon has dropped it. And here's Walters trickling around, actually. He's taking it very easy back to the pits in the V8 Capri. Fastest time in yesterday's racing, a 41.671 for Dean Amos. And that was opening run of the day. It hasn't gone quicker. Warwick Hutchison in the RPV3, a 42.765, so 1.1 seconds behind Dean Amos. Brett Bull third fastest on a 43.4, and then there's a big gap back to Steve Woodbridge in the Dallara on a 46.8, ahead of Neil Lewis in the Fly on a 47.0. David Quelch in the DPQ Suzuki. David Quelch Suzuki powered car, 49.2. Gilbert in the short wheelbase car, 55.6, 55.8 for Hamer, and Ludwig's a 57.8. That's in the Formula Libre class, which will fight out fastest time of the day. But as for fastest car of any other description, we'll need a little bit of research from myself to dig through those timesheets. Some really rapid cars, but spread right throughout the entry. John Siddons in the Datsun, Paul Stokel in the Lotus, Tyson Cowie in the Ford Escort. So Rhett Silkstone in the Leyland Mini Clubman is on.
It seems the tiny town of Leyburn holds a magical draw for racing drivers and their machines. Just as it did in 1949 when it hosted the Australian Grand Prix at the Liberator Airfield just outside the town. And in 1996, drivers from all over the state converged on the small town to take part in the Around the Houses style sprints, which attracted large crowds. It's where cars on trailers, trucks and crews, 200 drivers, 10,000 spectators, rescue teams, officials and organisers meet to produce 2 days of extreme fun and excitement. And now, in 1997, with a 200-strong field, and some from as far away as Victoria, Leyburn looks set to once again become part of racing history, with the running of the second historic Leyburn Sprints.
Took that car in it took that very, there was no brakes at all, if you had to notice then, folks, when he dipped in.
Next car out in the course will definitely use the brakes. David Garland in the
Yes.
Mitsubishi Lancer. 1978 model. Absolutely stunningly presented paintwork on that car. It's a mobile piece of art, 2 Garland family cars.
Yes, the
Ford
LB
Escort
Lancer.
and the Mitsubishi Lancer.
Produced a lot of really, really nice cars back in the day. The LB and the LC Lancer is the coupe version, lift-up hatch.
Now having a rerun here is Busby in the Mustang. One of the more aggressively driven Mustangs in the field. Definitely going after a time. And Luke Stitz in the Ford Falcon. The big block Falcon is underway. That car is more of a mobile earthquake than a Ford Falcon.
Very much so. Makes that's the type of car that could make the earth move for Emerald.
And the Capri Piranha of Walters are underway as well. Got the RS 3100 rear spoiler on the car.
And the difference in the tail lights too, Jonesy, in the back. Same size, different spec. So I think they must be the European or South African spec tail lights, just quietly. Is he going to drive the Golf like he did last time? He really let it have it. Yes, he is.
Steve Hughes, one of a pair of entries of the Hughes family, and spins. Around goes the little Golf.
Commentator's curse.
Car that was made famous at Bathurst by Chris Hayer. Volkswagen Golfs. Slightly overshadowed by Peter Williamson's Toyota Celicas in the small capacity touring car racing, but nonetheless.
Did we ever replay that, Barry, by chance?
Yep, just did that.
And so I didn't see the big screen. Sorry, folks, I was looking
Yeah,
somewhere
we're at a
else.
sharp angle. Yes, and we're
Here it
going
is
to have
again.
a look again as around. Oh, has he clipped the curb on the inside?
No, I just think of cold tyres, no weight in the back, and of course there's no drive on the back. They're very stiffly sprung.
What was Larry Perkins' line? Young driver, cold tyres, and then
the expected result. Yes, very much so.
Something about trucking, I think.
Yes.
Harry Brazier in the Mark 1 Ford Escort, about to be chased down by Steve Brazier in the Mark 2 Ford Escort. So the Brazier family hard at work. There's the Mark 2 with Steve Brazier getting underway. Oh, Steve very using that extra bit of bitumen on the outside of turn 1.
He's paid for all the bitumen this week. He's going to use it all.
Yeah. Chris Collins, no, that's not Chris Collins. This is the Volkswagen of Noel Dorr. 1976, 1.9 litre Volkswagen Beetle. It's had the stroker engine, and that is the tiniest rear spoiler you will ever see on a car.
What it looks like is it looks like a rain deflector for the actual air intake of the car. Might be something. It might be where he put his lunch when he's working on it or something. I'm not sure. Like a shelf.
Former Formula Ford racer here in Queensland, Phil Kay. Honda S2000 powered Ford Escort, so not an RS2000, just an S2000. That car actually runs out of the Garland family team, just with a slightly plainer colour scheme. Triumph Dolomite next, Paul Lawrence. Bob Morris raced a Triumph Dolomite during the 1970s when he was experimenting in small ball cars, trying to get extra points in the Australian Touring Car Championship because the point score favoured smaller capacity cars. Slightly. Didn't help though. Alan Grice tried a Ford Capri, attempting the same thing. Peter McDonald and the Toyota Corolla from 1976. Fastback Corolla as well. Very nice looking car. And Brian Munn, the Mark 1 Ford Escort. Some very rapid small bore touring cars coming through the field now.
Oh, he nearly didn't get that turned.
Yeah, that was...
I was waiting for that to all go wrong very sensationally and very quickly.
A little bit of understeer.
That was just hang on and it'll go through.
Stephen Sauer is next in the RS 2000 Ford Escort. There he goes. That was neater.
Jonesy, now that there's heat in the tyres, heat of the day, and there's a bit of heat in the bitumen, they're all getting fairly aggressive at turn one.
Yeah.
That may work out well for some, but not for others.
Another Mark II Ford Escort. This is Glenn Shaw.
Cars for sale as well, Jonesy. That's it. I'm not going to say the obvious thing, but you know they say about advertising a car for sale on the racetrack.
Oh, don't do it.
I've said it out loud.
This car is sticking up with a little badge that says anything but average, and that is absolutely true of Reg Jones in the Leyland P76.
The word
Brown.
Yeah, but the word race car and P76 are two words you never ever thought you'd see together, wouldn't you? Really?
No, and yet
it works so well on the Targa Floria.
Unexplored.
Or Targa Floria, sorry, yeah.
Paul Ledgerwood in the 6-cylinder UC Tirana, but nonetheless a very rapid car.
Deceptively fast over this circuit, this car.
You don't need to have a V8 in your Tirana to be really quick. That car's kind of the opposite of Dwayne Taylor. It's still a Holden Tirana.
This car is beautiful.
Mark II Ford Capri, Bevan Reed, 3.4 litre V6, and yeah, stroke a motor in that car.
Now here comes Bryce Reed, Jonesy.
Oh, the Kingswood. Go the Kingswood drag car.
Yes, the guys from Reed's Rural Timber. Sorry folks, we can't talk while he's around this end of the circuit. Can't hear us.
So fast in a straight line that car, but slows to like 5 kilometres an hour to get round corners.
All Terry now.
Mazda RX-3. Got most of the Group C body kit on that RX-3. Decided didn't need the rear spoiler, but I'll certainly have the fat flares to get bigger rubber under the car. Now, this is
Grandad.
Not a 6-cylinder Tirana.
No, there's Grandad.
Gary Stevenson, the Tirana SLR. It's got the big Chevrolet V8 rather than the Holden V8.
He's a man that's very familiar to you and me, Jonesy, Mr. Brett Batterby coming our way.
Indeed. Westfield Clubman. Brett Batterby's chasing time. He's raced here in Corollas and a BMW E36 as a Gemini racer way back. And he's one of the committee members on the Queensland Racing Drivers Association. That runs a race meeting every year at Morgan Park in the Queensland Motor Racing Championships. MGF.
Running a little out of out of sync. Car number 156.
Chris Johns in the MGF, 1.8 litre. This is Matthew Cardinals. That's a 240Z. Quick car, this one.
Well, here comes a man chasing a time. Good man.
Oh, is this Mark Crespin?
No, why? What do you need?
This is a very competitive class coming through now.
Can we come down here behind here, or?
Yeah, you can come through. Yeah.
Michael Larimore is the
What, you go
leader
back
of this
out to
class
the wheel
with
and
a
go?
MR2 Turbo. Sorry? So he's ahead from Mark Crespin on 0. It's very
You
close
can come
to
where you
second
like.
place.
On your walk, come down,
Johnson's
yeah.
on
I can't see why not.
15.3. Crespin's pinched the brakes, trying to get
Okay,
the
right.
mongrel
You should be right.
cobra
Just
to
keep
turn
it.
at turn 2.
So.
Cardinals fourth in this class in the Datsun on a 53
While you're on your own,
Euro,
yeah.
and then Jason McGarry at the back of the class. And now Mark Sports Cars with
Hey? Sorry, I know.
the Mark Sports Cars coming through now. That was Sam Murphy, I think. No, it wasn't. I'm getting my classes mixed up. Here's John Siddons now. Currently third in class. Poor John, he's had to share class with Mark Crespin and Michael Larimore. That's not going to stop the Z from chasing the prize. He's only 0.3 of a second behind Mark Crespin. But Michael Larimore is in a different postcode than that MR2 Turbo.
That sounds sensational. It's supercharged glory, doesn't it? Listen to it, will
Hear it. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
just
no,
go.
back.
Well, it should be quiet for a sec.
Couple of reruns coming through at the moment. Car 114 there, the Ford Escort rally car.
Well, that's a car at Chris Woodhouse. Full rally spec, that car. Full dirt rally spec, or gravel spec.
Yeah, the mud flaps kind of give it away a little bit.
And the height.
Well, your ground clearance is reasonably important in a rally car.
And suspension travel.
Mind you, you see what's happening in rallying in Europe now?
I know.
They've this new RGT formula for all these all-bitumen rallies in Europe. So you get Porsche 911 GT3s and Aston Martins, and it doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't. All right, here's the car that's tremendously quick, Jonesy. Michael Larimore.
Class leader in Mark Sports over 2 litre logbook, and Larimer's actually faster than Paul Stokel's Lotus Exige. That MR2 just stonkingly quick in a straight line.
It doesn't corner too bad either, Jones, you're just saying.
Yeah.
Talk about Stokel, here comes another Lotus.
The other Lotus Exige in the field. Well, there's 3 Lotus Exiges and 1 Lotus Elise. But that's the small bore Lotus Exige, the 1.8 litre.
Yeah, Sam Murphy.
Now we've got Porsche 911. This is the IROC series car.
Beautiful car. Get a close look at this car, folks, if you get a chance.
Chris Nyland in the 3.6 litre IROC spec Porsche 911. We most often associate IROC, the International Race of Champions, with Chevrolet Camaros, but the original IROC series was for Porsche 911 Carreras. Here's Gina Siddons, car 143. Runs in a different class to her husband, even though they're both Datsun Z cars.
Paul Stokel up next, Jonesy.
Yeah, indeed, this is the non-logbook Group 2B Mark Sports cars. Stokel's the class leader. on a 48.49. Chris Nyland in the Porsche 911 is second in class on a 54.3. So 6 seconds between them. It's not really a competition. Stokel is really racing against Michael Larimore in the Toyota 2 in the class immediately ahead of him. And there's that turbocharged Westfield.
He actually gave someone a wave on the right-hand side going down. I don't know who that was.
Clayton Smith in the Puma Clubman. SR20 Turbo in that Puma. And now the Fiat X19 of Kate Rain. Sharing the car with Jamie Dull this weekend. Though Kate on board for this lap. She's up-spec the car. This was a 1300 built as new, but it's been had the 1500cc engine placed on board.
And an extra gear too, Jonesy.
Diane Fuller in the Triumph TR7 coming up. 4-cylinder TR7.
All TR7s were 4 cylinders, so they made them a TR8. Yellow flag being waved, so we've lost a car somewhere around, so that hopefully that's not the car of Katie Rain.
It's it's going to be either Kate Rain or Clayton Smith in the Turbo Clubman.
We just can't tell what's going on in the back part of the circuit at the moment. So around behind the school is where the problems occurred, I'd say more than likely.
Clayton Smith set a 53.7 in the Turbo Clubman, so that's a very rapid time. I suppose though, if you turbocharge one of these little Clubmans, you'd kind of want that kind of a time out of it.
Both cars are limping past the start-finish line, Jonesy.
Yeah, I did see that. So maybe the something's happened at the end of the lap rather than the start of the lap.
See our chase car parked on the return road.
See Earl Murray's sitting on the start line in the Fiat 124 Sport, bright yellow. One of a number of cars that Earl Murray's entered here this weekend. Associated a little bit with the Rain sisters. Kate and Scarlett Rain, but all run, and Earl Murray, all running Fiats of varying descriptions.
Yeah.
The opportunity to go looking for this class in the field on the timesheets. Now we're in pre-1979 sports cars up to 2 litres. Earl Murray, Diane Fuller and Scarlett Rain share that class. Earl Murray in the yellow Fiat that's on the start line at the moment is fastest in the class on a 57.6. Kate Rain in the Fiat X19's in a class of her own in the under 1500cc. Yeah, okay, thank you, Nigel. A wall is moving around a little at the finish line, so we just need to nail that down.
So what was the problem?
A moving wall.
Oh.
Wind's picked up a little bit today compared to yesterday, and maybe some of our lighter barriers are moving around a little bit in the gustier weather.
Bit of a tailwind at times, Jonesy. Headwind going into turn 2, though. And the headwind probably up the front straight, really, to be honest. Have you noticed our four-legged friend is not over watching today, Jonesy?
Oh, our horsey friend. Oh. Well, he's a very enthusiastic spectator, the white horse over there on the
very much so.
open straight on the run to turn 1. but now presumably has found some apples and is distracted.
I got a funny feeling, Jonesy, that we had him on camera too much yesterday and he's won some royalties from the broadcast.
There was probably a bit of vision of him showing up wearing those daggy sunglasses he was wearing. And
he wasn't impressed, was
it?
he?
A bit embarrassing for him.
Looked like something out of The Fly.
I think he may have gotten those sunglasses second-hand off Bono.
I'd say so. Yeah.
The Lemon era.
Sorry. Half the people aren't going to get that joke apart from you or me.
Possibly not. Okay, Kate Rain and Diane Fuller are both coming around for reruns.
Folks, keep in mind too, while you got a chance, get down to our merchandising tent and pick up some great stuff, including our fantastic man cave signs. I've got one right here beside me, and I cannot wait to put that up on my tent inside my man cave at home.
Looking down the start-finish line there, Earl Murray's waving his hand around. I don't know whether he's trying to pull Jedi mind tricks or he's just making gestures at this crowd. But apparently keen to get underway. I suppose there's good reason for that, you know, what they say about Fiats. Fix it again, Tony. So they, Hi to all our spectators here at Leyburn for the 26th running of the historic Leyburn Sprints. Magnificent crowd, gorgeous day for it, I must say. It was the best weather we've had at Leyburn for quite a while, and crowd has come out in droves.
Oh, the weather is glorious.
Very thankful for such an enthusiastic crowd.
I think, Jonesy, if you were actually in the shade, it wouldn't be as pleasant as in being in the sun.
Sir, in the mobility scooter coming towards us at the moment, dressed up as a, what's that, a Honda sport bike? I love it. That's brilliant.
Is that one of our trackside officials? Here he comes.
It's like he's crossbred your Harley with the mobility scooter, Wes.
Oh, have a look at the front. Seriously, it's even got a Memphis Shades front spoiler on it.
Oh, fantastic!
It's got engine bars in the front, everything. It is as flash as my Harley. Have a look at the thing. Even got tail lights. Or brake lights, in fact.
They imitation billet wheels too.
No, not imitation. They probably are. It's even got the motorbike back rack on the back. He hasn't cleaned it in a while, though, folks. I want to tell you, it's got cobwebs all over the back of it.
That's why I parked it here to clean it.
Oh, we need someone to clean his scooter.
Well, see, it's a historic racing scooter, isn't it? So,
did you say it's historic or hysterical? We're cleaning up a bit of track.
Yeah, we've got there's a wall at the finish line that's moving around a little bit.
Yes.
So obviously it's not one of the concrete ones because they don't move
it's got to be
at all.
signage or something probably moving. Deary me.
Oh, we're about set to go. We're officials down on the start line making the age-old motor racing symbol of start your engine, of spinning your arm in the air. So Kate Rain first up in the Fiat X19. The fairly standard looking Fiat X19 of Kate Rain. She's up-spec'd the motor to the 1500cc Fiat, but it's by no means like one of the Dallara rebuild Fiat X19s that happened in the mid-1970s. There's a number of Fiat X19s that raced in the Queensland Italian Challenge over the last 15 years or so. The category's kind of disappeared a little just in the last year or so. COVID sort of knocked the energy out of the Italian Challenge, so we don't tend to see that race anymore. TR7 of Diane Fuller. One of many women racing in historic Leyburn Sprints here this weekend, led of course by our president, Trish Chant, in her
Leyburn's First Lady.
Yeah, the gorgeous Ford Mustang that goes as hard as it looks. Now there's Earl Murray, our class leader in pre-1979 sports cars up to 2 litres in his Fiat Spider. And Scarlet Rain in the other of the Fiat Spiders is about to launch. Actually fairly tight for second place in class here. Diane Fuller in the TR7 has set a 65.0. Scarlet Rain in the Fiat a 65.3. So just 0.3 of a second separating Diane and Scarlet. Earl Murray slightly up the road from them. He's 8 seconds ahead. Now, up to 3 litre pre-1979 sports cars, and leading that group onto the circuit is the Porsche 914 of Dennis Cotton.
Yellow flag being low, Jonesy. We've got a problem out on the circuit again.
So hopefully it is not one of the 2 Fiat Spiders.
Well, it's just on the exit of turn 2, Jonesy.
Okay. We've got something else moving around down there.
No, I think it's actually a car that's not supposed to be parked. We need to put some yellow lines out, I think, to prevent them parking off the edge of the circuit. So it's going to be one of those, going to be a slow, is this the 4th run, Jonesy? Yes, it is, isn't it? So a slowed 4th run. We are trying to get a fair few runs done today.
Some years we get 7 runs. But with the huge entry we've got here this weekend, I think it might only be 6. Yeah.
Well, here comes recovery. Here comes Miss Kitty Litter. Now, is Miss Kitty Litter going down a position or going round? No, going round.
Takes the line. You can tell when there's a frustrated race driver in one of our official vehicles. They take the corner like they're racing.
Yeah. One of our tireless guys that comes up to everything we do. He really is a very passionate motorsport official.
Labour of love.
Yes. Brings the family along too. The family's been a part of it for years and years as well.
Run to Paradise. Now there's a song for the day. It is a little slice of paradise here in southeast Queensland this weekend on the Darling Downs. And just a bit of a shout out to Darling Downs' favourite sons. Will Power recorded his 67th IndyCar pole position at Gateway Speedway in St. Louis yesterday. And that is, equaling Mario Andretti for the all-time record in IndyCar pole positions. Will's always been a really fast driver, and the numbers are there now. Equal fastest qualifier in the history of IndyCar racing with Mario Andretti. Now that's something to put on your CV at the end of your career.
Wouldn't it feel bad to take Mario's record away from him though?
The race is on actually right at the moment because it's a night race, the Gateway race in East St. Louis. I think I'll crash the entire internet here at Leyburn if I try and fire up the streaming on Stan.
One thing we don't want, and special thanks to guys from Optus too for their work this weekend, keeping us live on the broadcast. When you want to ask us for it is actually the car back on hook, Jonesy, end of the straight.
Oh, Scarlet Rain. Oh no. Oh, poor Scarlet.
Back on hook, so that car stopped somewhere along the line, being flat-toed back.
So yeah, the black.
I'd rather see it come back as a flat toe than a lift toe, Jonesy.
Well, yes. That means it's a mechanical breakage rather than a physical breakage caused by, impacting the scenery or a fence
or deciding to.
Or as what we learned from yesterday's...
Making hay while the sun shines.
Beating hay.
Beating hay.
Thumping hay. So, as a couple of drivers discovered yesterday, like Tracy Coombe in the Westfield Clubman and also Mark Bramwell in the Peterborough Revered Commodore, that Mark Bramwell's Commodore is parked just not far from the race control area behind the start line. He's parked it nose away from the road for good reason. It's a bit messed up.
It's got a blood nose, let's say.
I've seen less broken noses on boxes than
Hello, the crowd's pretty happy. Can you give us a wave from the crowd?
Yeah, we've got the TV camera pointed at you, wave to the crowd. And now, are you flossing?
Someone, is that what that was? Was that a? Yeah, well, it looked like a floss. Hello, get back on that.
Oh, there we go. We're doing they're flossing down here on the
got the
opening
bobble
straight.
head going as well too. It looks like the head wasn't connected to the shoulders just quietly then.
Might need to see a chiropractor. Fortunately, Earl Murray is a chiropractor, so he might be able to straighten you out.
Great crowd shots here on the front straight, looking at the big screen. There's our MD, Mr. Barry Knight. Look at him there. Give us a wave, Barry. Is your there he is. Finally got him on camera.
Magnificently dressed today, Barry.
Oh yes, very much, very from PTV Channel 0.
As ZZ Top says so enthusiastically, every girl goes crazy over a sharp-dressed man.
They do.
Looking back towards this, Doug Rath and Jared Jupiter down there at the start line, having an enthusiastic discussion with one of his fellow competitors. There's the Porsche 914 of Dennis Cotton sitting there in the middle of the camera picture there on the Optus big screen.
Oh, there's an Aussie classic for us, but we can't say this on air because we're not playing the APRA fees.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Can't mention it.
That song's on the playing locally. Looking very sharp, Barry Knight. There's the Master
we feel
RX-7
we feel terribly underdressed sitting here beside him. No wonder we're not on camera this morning. We don't have our news presenter garb on.
No, I actually covered the camera with bubble gum.
Did you smear it full of Vaseline so we can get that certain what was it? What was the name? What was on with
soft focus look?
Oh no, here we go. He's turned the camera on us now, Judge. We're in trouble.
Oh, don't do that.
Deary me.
We've got good heads for radio, ladies and
gentlemen.
Oh,
perfect face for radio. Yep. As my friend said, he got out on like a busted backside.
Really? Goodness me, that's
I wasn't talking about me, Joe. I'm talking about you.
Oh.
Seriously.
Thank you kindly.
I'm a god. Oh, here we go. Well, you can see me, but you can't really see you, Jonesy.
Well, I'm hiding.
Oh, now we can. No. I'll duck down a bit, Barry. There we are. I'll make myself look a bit more attractive than I am. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but anyway. Okay, we're fine. We're zoomed in. And now we'll come live to broadcast now, probably more than likely. And with that, there we are. All right, fantastic weekend of... look at that shot, Joe. I love that shot out of the still.
Yeah, we're looking at turn one just there.
From a different point of view.
Looking back towards the control area, and there's turn two.
The deep end of turn. As you can see, the road actually falls away, folks. It actually does fall away, and there's a real camber on it. It's not a case of it's a flat turn. It does fall away a bit, and you drive off a little into a minor gully through the back part of the racetrack here.
Mind you, the commentary booth here is on a bit of an incline. We're falling.
Oh, it's yeah.
If you stand up, you're going to fall over backwards.
We've set it up for functionality, not form. Good to see, as I said, just over the back there on the left-hand side is where the Shannon Show and Shine is. There's plenty of people here. And now, hello, if we look down here, I can look through the centre. Hi, this is us into the camera hole here. Thank you, Yugi. There we are. That's our that's the central commentary position. That's where we're working from in a beautiful downtown Leyburn, on the corner of McIntyre and Canning is the commentary booth. One of the questions at the auction last night was, what was the main street called here in Leyburn? And the locals all went, I don't know. What is it? Oh yeah, McIntyre. It was the guy, the young fellow that won the prize doesn't live here. I loved it.
It's Webkey Bill. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shane Webke, Leyburn's favourite son.
Yes.
I made mention before of Will Power, the Toowoomba-born racing driver, but also Warren-born race driver Matt Campbell is doing brilliant things out on the world stage. He's currently leading the points score with his co-driver Matthew Jaminet in the IMSA Sports Car Series in the Porsche 911 RSR that again he shares with but Matt Campbell about to be promoted away from Porsche 911s into the new Porsche
He's a leading example of what persistence in motorsport's about. He really has just been grabbed. He does such a sensational job, Jones, of getting the job done.
He's such a smooth driver.
Oh, very much so. And when you say smooth, we mean smooth too, folks. We mean one of the reports that I've had from people that have engineered cars for him is he learnt so quickly to give proper feedback when it comes to the engineers that are working on the cars, and hence the reason why the teams have all adopted him so quickly and so well. So great to see him here. And of course, thanks very much to everybody. That's Mr. Jones on camera. If you're wondering who the other person is, that's me sitting here, the ugly bloke with the hat on. If I take the hat off, unfortunately, it's way too much reflection. I'm very sparse on top of that. There's no hair at all on my head.
Well, I've got more than enough head hair for both of us, I think, West Ridge.
You definitely have.
Porsche 914 of Dennis Cotton moving up to the start line now. Rerun for Dennis. Actually, no, it's not a rerun. This is about where he is in the Porsche 914 Targa.
No, but he went through again, Jonesy. This is a rerun.
It is a rerun, okay. It tells me I haven't been flipping my pages over enough. Very neat.
He's going after time, Judge. You can tell by the attitude of the car, because he let the car drift through that part of the circuit for the first time and wasn't at all aggressive on it. He had he's got warm tyres and warm brakes, so that's an absolute plus for him now. Well, when they talked about what you can do with an MG GT.
Yeah, hardtop MGBs were referred to as the GT compared to the Roadster for the open top versions. And
still buy a brand new body shell they're making brand new shells now in England.
Really?
All of the replicas back from the day. Their MG have retooled.
So Dave Roberts in this V8 MGB coming through the red one, the Lightning McQueen race number on the side. He's our class leader in pre-1979 sports cars over 3 litres. Dave Roberts has set a 55.4 compared to Anthony Salpietro in the Porsche 904, who's coming now.
This is an interesting car in this category too, Jonesy. Totally different than anything we've ever seen from Porsche.
I suspect there's a little bit of retro tech going on there with a more modern Porsche 911 engine in that car.
Just the flat 6 sound. When we look at the quality of these cars, Josie, the one thing that gets me is the level of presentation too with some of the guys. They're washing them overnight, they're dusting them down, they keep the yellow flag being waved, Jonesy. Problem on circuit again.
So that...
In fact, the driver stopped right beside the point there. Told he can let go. He saw the yellow flag and thought, I better stop.
Yeah, that's car 154, Guy Beddington and the Lotus Elise. I was going to say this is sort of an indication of a rookie driver, but no, definitely not. A rookie driver, Guy Beddington.
Oh, Guy Beddington turned right. Aborted the lap entirely. No, can't turn right. Right, Guy, got to come back and go left.
Got to do the full lap, Guy. Sorry. I was having a chat to Dwayne Taylor last night.
Sorry, folks, caught me having a drink, sorry.
Well, you didn't have to. Anyway, talking to Dwayne Taylor last night.
From Leyburn Performance.
One of the problems he's having with the 6.6 litre 400 cube Holden Tirana V8 is he doesn't put enough petrol in the car. It just consumes petrol, and he's idling a little bit in the control area before the start, and
And
It's
at the
caught
cost
him
of
out.
fuel nowadays, it's probably costing him $42,000 a run.
Oh no, you can swap a full jerry can of petrol for a lettuce.
Well, it's supposedly same cost.
Yeah.
Same cost. You know, if I was going to take a photo of me the other day being very exorbitant at home, you know, the two things that are scarce at a supermarket are lettuce and toilet paper. At the moment, they're interchangeable by cost.
Darren Brent in the Mazda MX-5 moves through turn 1. This is we're into the special interest class here. Up to special interest up to 2 litres, and Darren Brent is currently not in that class
Now
because
the
I'm reading
director's
the wrong
doing
one.
now the director's doing comedy too, by the way. Oh, hey, he's gone for the weight saving that our Jones. He's taken the roof off.
That's the Macaulay Toyota MR2, I think.
Have a look, Jonesy. The roof's off the car.
Well, they are Targa cars.
Well,
Targa tops.
How much there'd be 20 kilos on the roof, surely, probably something like that.
Bernice Stratton launches off the line. The slightest little bit of a burnout.
Yeah.
Just enough to make sure that the car is not propping slightly.
Yes, Mrs. Pace car.
Yeah, Bernice and her husband Brad Stratton, they occupy the safety car at a number of important Motorsport Australia events, including the Bathurst 12-hour.
Here comes MR2 through the back part of the circuit, Jonesy. Nice and clean. There goes our RX-8.
Yeah, Dean Macaulay's currently second in class in the Toyota MR2 on a 60.3, but Darren Brent in the Mazda MX-5 is on a 57.6. So that's a bridge too far right at the moment. Now that sounded like a Mazda RX-7.
Yes, it definitely exceeding the 95 dB at the moment.
Yeah, we won't mention that.
No, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it at a race car circuit. This isn't Lakeside. Is this Dougie?
That just makes me sad.
Swanee?
Yes, Doug
Oh,
Swan.
I love you. I love you.
The supercharged Toyota MR2.
Yeah, Doug didn't want to change gears then.
It shows that you can put a rev limiter on a Toyota MR2.
Helter Skelter. Here comes the man
Ray-
himself, Ray Fantasy.
6-time winner of the Leyburn Historic Sprints. He's got the Pikes Peak Race to the Clouds rear specification rear wing on the car.
It's also providing shade in the pit area for him. Here
And
comes the beautiful Porsche.
Porsche
John.
911 GT3.
Bobby Hamilton. Bob says it's a race car with electric seats. He said I was going to buy the stripped down version, but it had manual seats and I didn't want it. It's got all of the go fast bits in it, apart from the ceramic covers on the ceramic covers over the brake calipers. So he said, "What did you do?" He said, "I just painted them the same colour." No one knows. There goes Guy Bennington that time through.
Yeah, rerun of course for Guy after
Yep.
another rerun. It's the V8 Morris Minor. Oh, release driver at the wheel. Actually, we got a special guest driver aboard that car today.
Look, interesting enough, it's had two V8 supercar drivers at the wheel of it too. Both Dick Johnson and Glenn Seaton have driven that car.
Do we have another special guest driver in the car today?
No, I don't think so.
Wasn't the standard driver?
Here comes the Mazonda. Interesting car, the Mazonda. That's Ian Kirkpatrick and the Motorsport Clubman. A hybrid of everything, that car. Is Dick Reynolds lining up down there, Jones? Yes,
He is, yeah.
This car's one of the Caterhams.
And he's the class leader. 55.2, and he's class leader by over 7 seconds.
Yeah, he's
oh my
he's
goodness
really
me.
on the money this
He
weekend,
is.
but he's been quick from the get-go. very, very much here to win this event for his class.
John Warner, second in class on a 62.2, so that's 7 seconds between first and second. And talk of the devil, here is Warner now.
This is the Elfin.
Elfin Type 3?
Yep.
Which was the car produced during the second era of Elfin construction.
Is this the soon to be married Sophia Puccini? Yes, it is.
Oh, that means I've got to find the next class.
Folks, young Jacob proposed to Sophia yesterday, right here at the racetrack, with her parents' permission too, by the way. He said, Paul, would you mind giving me your daughter's hand in marriage? He said, sure. You'll have to go and get a third job, though.
Yeah.
She's expensive to keep.
Well, all those race cars, you know.
Oh, actually, she's got a fantastic business, Judge, and she's got an acrobatic studio. They're just moving into the brand new premises for that. So, unbelievably talented young girl, that girl, and got a head for business as well.
Chris Chant in the Hyundai Excel. This is one of the biggest classes here this weekend in special interest under 2 litre. Craig Hughes is our class leader on a... No, I'm not quite sure. No, that's not right. That's a misprint there. Graham Gray is our class leader in the number 175.
Oh, that's a lovely
Toyota
sound.
Sprinter. And here he is now. Here's Chris Gray. Sorry, Graham Gray. Chris Gray's in a completely other class at the other end of the entry list.
Nothing like the sound of those 4 OGEs, is there?
54.1, best time for Graham Gray. Lachlan Kelly, a birthday boy in the Honda Civic, is second in class on a 56.7. Grant Ossington in the first of the Hyundai Excels is on a 57.0, which is a great time.
There's Craig Hughes in the Beetle.
Yeah, 62.6 is Craig Hughes' best time in the Volkswagen, so he's down a ways.
I used to have, I had one of those as a company car, Jonesy.
Here's Lachlan Kelly now in the Honda Civic. Yep. Happy birthday to you, young man.
The birthday boy.
And next up, I think, is Ross McAndrew, who is currently last in the class. Pick up your act, son.
Yes, a very, very, very staunch hill climb competitor. This car originally coming out of the GSR Motorsport guys at Moolumba.
Ross's best time is a 68.9 at the back of the group, compared to Thomas Rath, the grandson of the Rath family, who's on a 65.2. It's pushing hard nonetheless, though. Next up will be Lawrence Murphy in another one of the Excels.
You sure? Lawrence
No,
Murphy
I'm
should
not.
be in a Suzuki Swift.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is that Grant Ossington getting a
It is
rerun?
Ossington, yes, it is Grant Ossington. Actually running in order, Jonesy. We've lost Lawrence Murphy. He's out of order at the moment.
Yeah, the Suzuki didn't come around. We've got another Suzuki in the group though.
And of course that's Thomas Rath, if it's car 184. Looks like it could be, Jonesy.
Yes, it is.
That. Car all white in the front.
Second Leyburn for Tom Rath. And is the reigning and Collins Memorial Trophy holder for junior drivers.
Looking at and the way that's run too, it's not on fastest time, it's on consistency. Not like a regularity event.
Now, that's the end of special interest 2 litres. We now go to special interest up to 3.5 litres. It means we start to get some of the BMW 325s coming through the field. There's 2 of them being shared by 3 drivers. But the Minis are also in this class, the BMW Minis, that is. And this Toyota Celica of Liam G. Michelle, who again has time to find because he's last in class on a 63.7, chasing Chris Waters on a 62.1 to be second last. But yeah, Derek Holstein in the Mini, and here comes Derek now. The R53 Supercharged Mini.
Can't half tell that my wife's now a Harley Davidson owner, can you? She's walking around the pits and taking photos of Harleys. She's got the disease as well.
So Derek Holstein, a 54.2. Second in class is Jaden Van Tyfel in the Commodore on a 56.5. Then Casey Springate in another Commodore. So Mini, Supercharged Mini leads the way. Then we've got a pair of, well, a trio of, no, that's not right. The the six-cylinder Commodores are second, third, and fifth in class. Craig Van Tyfel, who went out first, is the one in fifth. The second of these yellow CTM cabinet Commodores is Jaden Van Tyfel, and he's second in class. He's got 2.3 seconds to find to threaten Derek Holstein in the Supercharged Mini.
That's going to be hard work.
That's a lot of work. The Peugeot 405 launches now.
Is it not? Who's in that car? Oh, that's car Richard Markin.
Yeah, Richard Markin. Car 190. He's at a 61.8, so he's down to the back of the, 61.3, so he's towards the back of the group. The second of the Supercharged Minis is up now.
Is that Ken Rutledge?
Yes.
In the Hanson's automotive car, it should be.
Currently fourth fastest on a 57.7. Only 3/10 behind Casey Springate in the third of the Commodores, as we welcome Stevie Chant to the line, if we step back into special interest 2 litres.
And junior category.
Now, Chris Chant in the family battle is on a 63.1. Stevie Chant is on a 60.3. So Stevie's got a dad well and truly covered at the moment.
She's off to, is she off to Winton in the next couple of weeks? She's going to be running the car of Alan Bishop's Aussie racing car down there.
Oh, really?
In the miniature race car series.
Awesome. Oh, that's great.
She's had a test already in the car and she was delighted.
Here's Casey Springate, currently third in special interest, 3.5 litres. The Warwick Wrecking Company. There's just under a second separating Casey Springate and Jaden Van Tyfel and the two Holden Commodores that are fighting over second place in the class. As the BMW launches, John Truman, currently his best is a 60.5. Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah, that's it. That makes sense, yeah. Sorry, I was just misreading the times for...
Chris Waters should be up next.
Indeed. Here he comes. 62.1. So second last in class and under severe threat from Liam G. Michelle and the Toyota Celica. Now next up we move to special interest 5 litres and just 2 cars in this class. Jeff England in the XR8 Ford Falcon and Des Thomas is next up. England both Ford Falcons in this class, but we've got a 1990s Ford Falcon against a 1960s Ford Falcon. Jeff England in the more modern cars on a 61.0. Des Thomas in this XR.
Well, Des Thomas, actually, that's Darren Hansford in the XR. Des Thomas is in the Commodore, Jonesy.
You're right.
Coming up next.
Absolutely right.
Oh, got it stopped and turned. I love this car. Another one of the cars out of the JMC Performance stable. Oh, got it turned only just at the top.
Special interest 4-wheel drive. The Forest Rockets are back Oh, actually, no. First up, we've got Des Thomas in the Commodore. SS Group A. And in fact, there's a couple of other Holdens coming after that
that's
as well.
our guys that are running our
Wayne Bell in the Castrol car.
in the Supercar Challenge.
Des Thomas is on a 61.8, chasing Jeff England 61.0. So less than a second in that scrap.
Definitely not chasing a time, Jonesy.
Wayne Bell, this is special interest over 5 litres. The Commodore, Wayne Bell is currently third in class on a 54.5, chasing Brian Wood's Falcon Turbo on a 53.5, and Paul Bacchini in the BMW 1M on a 50.9.
He'd be gone way up the road, Paul Bacchini.
Yeah, 3 seconds
I
up the
expect
road.
that car to get into the 9s today.
Simon Boss Walker's best is a 57.7 in the ex-Andrew Fisher V8 Ute Series car.
Simon involved the chaplaincy group and Scripture Union of Queensland. One of our many fantastic chaplains working there. Here comes Paul Bacchini now.
Class leader, 50.9 in this BMW 1M. 3.5 litre turbocharged 6-cylinder engine in this car.
Not only that, a very accomplished steerer in his own right. Him and Claire do very well in Targa, and she dragged him kicking and screaming into pace-noted racing, and now he's an absolute addict for it. Here comes the
Toyota Sora Turbo, car 203, Mark Order, and he's currently back of the class because the car just doesn't want a corner.
what does, but just want to get power down.
58.4 is his best as we wave off Michael McMichael in the BMW 325i.
Lovely sounding.
Zach Hudson is next, and Zach Hudson currently 4th in class. He's behind Wayne Bell in the Castrol Commodore, so that's certainly going to be a target for Hudson.
I think he's going for time. Car looks very balanced. Have we got a certain... What car's coming in next?
That's the Falcon Turbo.
Yeah, Brian Wood.
Who's currently 2nd in this class, the closest rival to Paul Bacchini, but is more importantly, he's got the Commodores of Wayne Bell and Zach Hudson chasing him for 2nd in class. Now we move to
split around the back part of the circuit, Jonesy.
Now we've got a 3-car class, although only 2 of them are coming out at the moment. Brendan Lloyd almost overcooked it in the
We've got that
MacTech.
in instant replay, Jonesy, but if we did that, it'd be very, very close. We'll have no, we missed it.
Yeah, we're too slow. Matt Reed is next up in the Aldi. I mean, it's not
I'm going to get in trouble for
trolley,
calling it the Aldi.
I mean, it does look like it though.
It's freshly turbocharged Thursday, Jonesy.
Motorcana style car. Matthew Reed chasing performance. And also to dominate the class. He's on a 49.3 compared to Neil McLeod's MacTech on a 55.2 and Brendan Lloyd's MacTech on a 56.1. Special interest sports cars. And there are 4 Master MX-5s in this class. Just 2 of them have rather squashed Austin Healy Sprite bodies.
The brother and brother team.
And the 2 standard MX-5s are beating them at the moment. Scott Walker is our class leader on a 53.8. Then Steve Peaty on a 55.2. Mark McCulloch in a 56.4 and Kaz McCulloch in a 62.3. So Kaz certainly needs to find time. Mark is slightly closer to the game. He's only 1.2 seconds behind Steve Peaty, who's coming through now in the red, white and black MX-5.
Yeah, got to lose some time on this run though. Didn't get turn one right, missed a gear.
Scott Walker's up next, and he's the class leader.
Yeah, he's got a sawzall. He's cut everything off that he didn't need. It's severely light in this car. Have a look at the Ram air filter in the left-hand headlight, Joe.
Yeah. No longer a night racer, that car.
No. It is to be a one-eyed one. It's a deep into turn one. He's very quick on the back part of the circuit too. He's make up all the time with everybody.
Well, if Walker is a bit one-eyed, that's probably why he's racing in a class where everyone is a Mazda MX-5.
Well, that'll be right.
Forest Rocket time now. Special interest four-wheel drive.
Blake performance car of Mr. Blake himself. That is Darren Blake at the wheel. Tim Blake.
Yeah, the bigger engine car with the
new
2.5
car.
litre.
This is more a time attack spec car. With the canards all through it everywhere.
Phil Heafy's the class leader in the red Mitsubishi Evo. And that will frustrate Nick Contagion no end. Chris Chicken, the white Mitsubishi Turbo. Chris Ching currently 5th in class in the white Mitsubishi Evo 6.
Very competitive class, huh?
And here's Nick Contagion, currently 2nd in class. A 47.6 is his best, chasing a 45.3 to Phil Heafy. 2.3 seconds Contagion needs to find it. He's looking for it.
He's having a very, very good go. Hard on the brakes into turn 2, trying to get the car stopped and turned. Left it to the last minute to brake. I'll hear the note of ching as he's come through the back part of the circuit. We're watching to see what Contagion is going to do at the top of the circuit.
Here we go.
Oh, a bit twisty, a bit taily as he came out of the exit of turn number 8 or 9, I think that is, at the back part of the circuit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Chicane,
6.
count as a turn though. Got that car on song today, Jones. He definitely wasn't on song yesterday.
William Contagion this is, who's a little bit down in the times at the moment.
Finally got the car running on all fours, Jonesy, and making good boost.
Now here's Scott Dean in the Mercedes AMG A45, who had the bonnet problem in the previous run. Looks... Can't tell.
ABS lights on everywhere, so he's really braking hard into the first left-hander.
And here's the class leader now, Phil Heafy in the red Mitsubishi Evo 6. No, he's there. You can tell that car's been quick. 45.3 compared to Nick Contagion in a 47.5.
He's the quiet assassin amongst the group.
Wayne Rosenberg is 3rd fastest in
Here's
class.
the motorsport car. It's again another car that's beautifully prepared and rendered in that paint scheme.
And there's a
yeah,
there's Sykes is the last car in the field before we go back to the Austin Sevens. And I'm going to take a break.
back at the start. Don't forget to get revved up at the Southern Downs, horsepower a month. Plenty of stuff going on this weekend. Of course, we've the Australian Superbikes were on the other weekend. We had Sportsman and Giro, which was like the weekend before. Now, Super Sprint series on this weekend as well. So plenty on as far as events are concerned in August for the Southern Downs area. But we can't. Welcome back to our PTV Channel 0 people logging in for this time. But again, we take the chance. We've got no audio to our TV channel. I must have flat batteries in my receiver here. Might have to do a quick change of those, folks. That's right there, folks. We're back on air again, and we should have this audio up and running. There we go. Check 1, 2. We've got that back for you now, Barry. We should have. We're back live on air. Sorry, folks. Bit of a technical problem in our television broadcast. I lost all audio from me. That's what we call a big scrolling shot. Then, for that's the roller coaster ride from our cameras. Here comes the Aston Martin of Max Stevenson. A bit of tyre squeal, he's having a crack this time round. Going for a PB, there goes Yostin over the back. As one car chases the other. Comes the first of our flathead Ford V8s. This will be the car of Barry Smith. The ultra-reliable car of Barry Smith, in fact. We're just checking some audio levels again and make sure everything's up and running okay. Is that any better now?
Yeah, something's probably.
Okay, righto. That will be this more than likely.
Yeah.
There you are. Okay, we're having a bit of a... there's an intermittent noise my director's just said to me, so I can hear something touching the microphone. Looking around at my face and there's nothing touching either, so... Alright, here comes the second of the cars. This is Steve DeLisa. In his car, that's the Dodge Speedster, based on the 1936 Dodge. Next should be John Devitt up next, and it is. First of the Holden Specials. Cars that are effectively built in home workshops and based around Holden drivetrains from the day. That car was built in 1957. I like the car that's a little bit younger than it. This is the Jowett Jupiter being run by Doug Rath this weekend. And the next car, as we've said all weekend, has got so much historic value in motorsport, not only here but also probably for everybody else in Australia. This is the car of Neville Birtwistle's car, but it is the Central Wag GT. And we're just checking something on the side of the car at the moment. The bonnets are actually lashed down with leather straps on each side. And officials making sure they probably had the bonnet up, having a look at something prior to the start of this run, and maybe a strap was loose. This car is a Category K vehicle in historics. So, beautiful car that took John French to a GT championship. There's the headshot, the Jowett. Away now. Another one of the Central products. This is the Central Clubman and Matt Devitt. Beautiful car. Clubman was also, apart from being a great body style, was a very competitive category of motorsport for a long time, and held your capacity of 1300 cc's for such a long time. It changed now. They did a lot of people shoehorning the Suzuki Swift engine into the 1300 twin cams, getting away from the 1300 either Nissans or Toyota based products. Here is, this will be Brad Stratton in the Elephant Malala. As Mr. Jones comes back to have something to eat and get himself sorted. We'll let him get himself sorted with that, and get him saying, I might sit in his chair for a while and let him sit out there nice and relaxed. There goes the man special. That's the Manpower Holden special. And of course, when we talked about our very sensationally talented Mr. Power, Will Power. Well, that's his father's car that he first raced way back when. Here comes a car that probably means more to me than you guys, the 1968 Formula Minor of Graham Branch. That is a 500cc Velocette engine at the back of that car. I've got a penchant for Velocettes. My father raced one for a very long time, but that was a Mac Velo. One of the original cars coming through now. Won't get much more original than that. That is Shane Murphy in the 1968 Lotus 7. That is the real deal. That car. So it makes its way through. Next one up should be another one of the Lotuses, and it should be John Bailey joining us next. And the 1970s version of the Lotus Clubman. Just waiting to get the car ready to run. On the start line. Here comes you can see in the headshot there, that is the Formula Junior, Formula Minor coming through, and here comes the Lotus quickly behind. Their headshot shows you how quick those guys are coming through these chicanes and the witches hats around the back. If you do hit a witches hat, you do receive a time penalty. See some of the cars lining up the background there. Beautiful long shot of the start line. You can see Skip getting out of the way. Our starter now. Flag in hand, away we go. This is John Bailey. Both the cars of Bailey and also the car of Shane Murphy. Good historical provenance, to be honest, with the age and what they are. Both of them Lotus cars. What about quick cars? Running out of order, but this is Pete Trapnell. Laying down some licorice lines. Petey Trapnell, we'll have a quick look at that again. He's got a little squirrely on the turn in. All handsfuls of lock, big open diff, and away she squeals up the back. Talented photographer and driver as well. Petey Trapnell. Here we come. This is our Bowen Hay P6. The Formula 5000 with the 4.4 litre Leyland engine in the back. Formula V coming up next. This is the original Venom that used to be owned by a guy called Pete Stewart and raced by none other than the gentleman behind the microphone. In fact, it was a car I raced several times. Great car on the wet, that car. Good to see it still running out here. Here we go. There's my favourite car, one of my favourite cars here this weekend, the Mofoco. What's referred to as a Sports 2000 car. Manufactured in 1980, a big car in the American and European scene, not really seen here until very later in the piece. Lovely car to see, very well maintained. All their cars, it's well maintained. Paul Ritchie up next in the Sunbeam Alpine. Would have been great to see a number in the 80s on the side of that car to celebrate Maxwell Smart. Or 96 or something, wasn't it? Yeah. That would have been great to see that number. Not normal. Next year. Talking about cars that are coming through. This should be George Brachetto in the MGB. One of the only four-cylinder MGBs here this weekend. Normally there's a plethora of them being overtaken by V8 powered cars this year. Next up, Group SC car of Chris Gray, running the original 2.4 litre engine inside. Nothing like the induction noise out of those engines. Well, you can see our timing guys are getting it right because we're getting a lot of head-to-head shots, which is exactly what we should be getting. Here comes the Bolwell. This is the Bolwell Mark 7 of Barry Campbell. 6-cylinder Holden powered car. This is basically a wide body addition. A really nice addition to our field here this weekend. Now our Austins are coming up. I think we're getting a battery change out of microphones here shortly. So first the Austin 7's coming through. That's the car at Cameron's side. The next one coming through will be Steve Ether. It will be probably Steve Ether at the wheel of this car. GSR Mechanical down there at Wollongbar. Driven everything from HQs to whatever the case may be. He'd be loving the change you're getting behind the wheel of something a bit different this weekend. And here comes the Marola. Yes, it is. The Marola's coming our way. With Keith Edwards at the wheel, or as we just call him, Porky. Car owned by Alan Greenberry. And I'll just quickly change mics for a second and give our guy the mic to change the batteries on, so I'll use Jonesy's mic for 2 seconds. I'm getting my batteries changed, but I'm getting a recharge, folks. If I sound different, I am, because I'm on a different microphone. My voice is a bit more powerful than Jonesy's, so I've got to rack it back a bit and sit back from the microphone. Max Parnell, the beautiful car that he's spiritedly being driving around here this weekend. And of course the car coming up next is the car of Neil Lewis, and the car that Ken Freeburn made famous here all those many times he's run. A little bit slow through the corner this time, but did get the job done. Going to change positions now. Mr. Jones will come back to the CCP, as we like to call it, the central commentary position. Sorry folks, we're just having a discussion on menu here at the moment. Jonesy, you eat what you like and then you leave whatever you want for me afterwards. I'm very happy. Fantastic food, folks. If you haven't had a chance to make your way to any of the food conveniences here, make sure you do. Food at this place is good. I hope you are all enjoying the eating
arrangements we put in place for you all weekend. Something different. The steak, Jonesy hoovered down a steak burger before that looked like, I don't know, something absolutely sensational. That is really nice, Jonesy. Had one yesterday. Talking about a cherry ripe slice, folks.
The Captain slice is fantastic. There's a Captain slice there for the list.
Oh, I'm going to be. I'll hoover that in a second. Might have dessert before lunch. That's what should I have dessert first. Whatever works.
We're in the midst of the quarters. Before we get to the scores, 4 quarters. There's 4 of them in a row running behind Max Parnell's journey. Phil Haskett,
Yeah, 4 Cortinas running in a row there. Neil Lewis ahead of Noel Wicks, Phil Haskett and Chris Rath. Who's the middle generation member of the Rat. That's a very energetic getaway here from car 31, Noel Wicks. Neil Lewis has already been around for a time. Phil Haskett up next in the another Cortina. Of course, it's well known that the Bathurst 1000 race started as the Armstrong 500 mile race, and it was held at Phillip Island from 1960 to 1962. Now, the bridge connecting Phillip Island to the mainland couldn't hold proper bitumen making equipment, so the old Phillip Island racetrack didn't have as good a racing surface, a cold mix spray seal kind of bitumen, and after the third Armstrong 500, the circuit basically fell apart. So the race was relocated to Mount Panorama for 1963. The last victory at Phillip Island was a Ford Falcon, XP or an XM Ford Falcon, can't remember which right at the moment. But once it moved to Bathurst, it was the domain of the Ford Cortina. Now we've got Datsun 1600s out on the circuit, and here's another Cortina. The Mark II Ford Cortinas raced at Bathurst, but by then things had moved on and we're into V8 Fords and Holdens, so the Cortinas were no longer competitive. But they were still raced as class cars, but even then the Ford Cortinas would be the Mark II Cortinas would be very quickly eclipsed by the Mark I Ford Escort. Same engine, smaller, lighter car, and Tom Brailsford, very slow off the line. Just couldn't get the gear engaged, it looked like, just crawled through the beam, but then got going after, so it'll be a slower time for him. It's a log-booked historic cars as the Volvo Amazon is about to get underway. The 123 GT of Glenn Potter, this is a beautiful car. Absolute credit to Glenn. One, two, three, because it's the two-door version of the 122 sedan Volvo. Colin Bond and John Harvey both had early runs in Volvo Amazons. The Ford Capri launches of Craig Anderson, a former Group NC historic touring car race by Barry Seaton. 1965 Bathurst winner in a Cortina, but was more famous for engineering a bunch of Capris in the 1970s and 1980s. If you wanted to win a motor race in the AMSCAR 3-litre touring car series, you needed a Barry Seaton Capri, but now we've got Matt Clift on track in the Mazda R100. Punishing that Mazda. Bob Haggerty follows immediately.
That was a very neat run through turn one by Matt Cliff. And there's Bob Haggerty in the Mazda RX-2. Now just looking to see where, oh, here comes Glenn Westner in the Tirana. We're in the midst at the moment of the historic touring cars 2 litres to 5 litres. The under 2 litre class is currently led by Tom Brailsford in the Escort, ahead of Paul Gilbert in the Datsun, a 58.0 versus a 58.3, so that's a really close class. As Norman Foister gets the Monaro underway. Number 43, HQ Monaro. Always very exuberantly driven here at Leyburn. Tyre shredding performance, although Norm was very neat through turn 2 that time, so he was, oh, and here he is getting off the line, Foister in replay. Meantime, we've got another big burnout getaway, and it's the Falcon GT of Peter McConnell. Now in the historic touring cars 2 litres to 5 litres, Matthew Clift is our class leader on a 51.9. Glenn Westner in the Tirana is on a 55.0. So first and second, not surprising, but the gap is. Bob Haggerty third fastest on a 56.1. Then Craig Anderson in the Capri on a 60.8. Nadine Jensen in the Valiant Charger on a 78.6. So then over 5 litres, well, Peter McConnell in the Falcon GT is our leader on 57.1. Ken Oliver in the Monaros on 57.8. And Norm Foister in the other Monaro as Dennis Brown gets completely crossed up. And we've got yellows out, and that's for... We'll just watch Dennis Brown in replay here in the Mark 1 Escort. Steps out. Regains, but yeah, we've yellow flags did pop out just then, and just trying to figure out what that is for. We're holding Tyson Cowie's Ford Escort on the line. Just looking where the times are for the logbook touring cars. Here's Dennis Brown coming around to the finish line. He's taking it easy. So Dennis, it looks like, might have been the cause of our issue. Maybe, maybe not. If the yellows are out, it might have been the car ahead of him, which would have been Nadine, no, not Nadine Jensen. Ahead of Dennis Brown was Ken Oliver in the blue HK Monaro. Tyson Cowie there on the start line with Kenny Ayres behind him in the Subaru Liberty. And we see in the background there some of our re-engined monsters. There's the McGrath Nissan Silvia with the Chevrolet V8. Murphy in the Morris Minor. Dwayne Taylor's car a little bit further back. In yesterday's running, but probably everyone's going to be a bit faster today. And now here's Dennis Brown on his rerun in the Mark 1 Escort. So Carly and Brownie on track together. The two Ford Escorts fighting over the Logbook Sports Sedans under 2 litres. Now here's Ken Oliver with the rerun. So Oliver wasn't the car that broke down. I'm wondering then if that was actually Nadine Jensen in the Valiant Charger. Oliver pinches the brakes on the run towards turn 2. And here's Dennis Brown completely crossed up through turn 5. Round to the finish line. There's Kenny Ayres going now on the Subaru Liberty. So sports sedans, non-logbook up to 2 litres. Fletcher is our leader. And then Pocklington. Here's the Shrek-mobile. Neil Burley, who's currently set a 64.3 in the Shrek-mobile. That's in 1600. Second last in class. He's coming under real pressure actually from Sid Smith in the grey Alfa Romeo. And here's the Peugeot 206. Car number 50. That's Andrew Fletcher, who's our class leader. 58.4 is pretty impressive for a reasonably standard Peugeot 206. And here's the Alfetta. This Alfetta being shared between Sid Smith and Jack West. Sid's the slower of the 2 drivers in the car. The young fella, Jack West, is doing quite a fantastic job at the moment. He's currently 4th fastest in class on a 60.6 compared to Kenny Ayres on a 60. Wait a minute. They're both on 60.6. Kenny Ayres is 60.62. Jack West is 60.67. So 500ths separating those two as David Malone's Commodore disappears towards turn 2. The Nissan turbo-powered VL Commodore. Now Malone's currently 2nd in class on a 64.0, chasing a 61.6 from Gavin Taylor in the Commodore Sports Sedan, which is coming up to the line now. Polklington in the Mitsubishi Lancer on track right now. He's currently 2nd in 2-litre non-logbook sports sedans, chasing after the Mitsubishi Lancer there, chasing the dark-coloured Peugeot. Meanwhile, here's Gavin Taylor. Wow. Car looks very much like Bob McLaughlin's Commodore from a couple of years ago that's won around 6 or 7 Queensland sports sedan titles. It's not the McLaughlin car. Now, sports sedans over 2 litres, non-logbook. Paul Bond in this turbocharged Datsun 1600 is the class leader, a 52.1. Very rapid time for a little Datsun. Here's the Gemini. Mick Doyle, I should say. He's currently 5th in class in the Gemini V6. Doors on 57.1, chasing Dwayne Taylor's 56.0. Bruce Garland on a 54.8. Ben McGrath in the Nelson Sylvia on a 53.2. And Paul Bond at the Datsun Turbo, a 52.1. There's Garland now. Bruce Garland 3rd in class in the Ford Escort. Oh, the beautifully coloured car, that car. I think the Garland cars, they're not vinyl wraps. I'm pretty sure they've been hand painted. They're glorious. Kevin Quash coming through now in the Capri V8. And Kevin's down the class running a little bit in that blue V8 Capri. He's 6th in class. But he's 2nd in class, Ben McGrath in the Sylvia V8. Oh, very neat. Slight wag of the tail coming through turn 1. It's chasing time, Ben McGrath. He's got to find 1.1 seconds to 1.2 seconds to overtake Paul Bond.
Pete Murphy rolls his way out of the corner then, Jonesy. Dropped a left-hand rear off the edge of the track, and that's when you're trying to get the 5-litre drivetrain out of that car and get some power down. That you don't want half of it in the dirt. Talking about trying to get power down, here comes Dwayne. He's having a go this time.
Car didn't straighten up until we had to turn in at turn 1.
We're talking about Tough Holdens. Tell you what, the owners of Tough HG are just round. I was just talking to Wal and Jim Jerzakowski. They're running around here somewhere. Talking about Downs royalty.
Yeah. Ben Jerzakowski, of course, semi-recently returned to Australia after running Lamborghinis overseas for many years. He's now running a BMW M3 V8 in the Australian production car title, running in the A2 class, the Milky class. And he's
Dwayne was sideways at the back part of the circuit. I don't know can we get that on instant replay there, Barry? Did we get it?
Probably.
Here we go. Once again, brought to us by Optus. Have a look at that. He was so twisty and twitchy through the back part of that circuit. Oh!
That's Jack West, the junior, on board the Alfetta.
Bet you that was a moment for the young fella. You come down into the... Oh, my Lord.
Look at here's John Tyson in the LS1 Corolla coming back through the field. John came up and almost came right up to the commentary box before. I was going to send him your way, but I think he was heading back at the time to get ready for the run. Now we've got the big guns coming. Dean Amos, first away. First among many.
Look at the pit crew dusting off the everything off the tyres. Brushes are plenty. When they come back and finish, folks, they pull up and stop and they put plastic back over the tyres again. Just keeping them fresh, keeping the dust and the stones out of it. And they brush them all off. Yeah. Well, they get one run at this sort of thing. All right. The Super Jeep car, Dean Amos.
The sheep station class coming through, Formula Libre.
Outright lap record holder. Oh, he's having a crack, Jones.
Yes.
This is fast. This is way too fast. Now, folks, he's going to appear in the background of that shot in about 5 seconds' time. Here comes our second place car.
There's Brett Ball, who's currently third fastest in the Van Diemen Kawasaki. Sorry, Van Diemen Suzuki. I've gotten that wrong 3 times now.
Here he comes.
Amos is... Whoa.
And gone. That's how quick it happens.
So fast, point to point.
Here comes the man chasing him.
Brock Hutchinson. Not as fast in a straight line, but better through the corners, I think.
Turbocharged rotary car. The ultimate steering car. Oh, someone's picked up a cone. And that was Bull. He picked up a cone on the exit.
The Van Diemen.
So Bull's time won't count. Here comes Warwick Hutchison now. Quickly through the back part of the circuit. Through the twisties. Gets through. That'll be a quick time as well.
So Peter Gilbert running down towards.
Oh, it's not happy as it turned in there. It wasn't through as quickly.
And here's Neil Lewis in the
fly.
So Amos is our current leader, 41.6 compared to Hutchison on a 42.7. 43.4 for Brett Bull. Fourth is Woodbridge in the Dallara on a 46.8.
And that car's coming up.
Neil Lewis fifth fastest on a 47.0. And that's as far down the class as we go before they start getting overlapped by some of our roofed cars, like Paul Stokel in the Lotus and Michael Larimore in the Toyota 2.
Bit of cone adjustment out there from our officials. Here we go. I'll load out new cars in this category, Jonesy.
Empire 01 of Luke Weeks.
This is a proper go from him this time. Haven't seen probably the best out of him so far, but we will do this time through.
Yeah, it's considerably faster than yesterday where he was last in the class. Woodbridge and the Dallara launches. The last car in the group, but fourth fastest at the moment. Woodbridge needs 3 seconds to get to Brett Bull. I'm not sure if the Dallara has that in it.
Well, Brett Bull's last time wouldn't have counted because he would have cut a cone violation. Well, problem out on track, Jonesy. Out goes the course car.
Well, I saw Luke Weeks coming back.
And Kitty Litter's going out after it as well. Oh no, I think we're just doing a run, Jonesy.
Yeah. Woodbridge is coming through the chicane now. The Dallara looking quick.
Just thinking that had everybody running, didn't it? Where's Miss Kitty Litter going? Oh, up. The field has had very few failures this weekend, 230 odd cars or 240 cars entered, and we've had very few failures. We've only had 2 losses through to incidents, which is great to hear. One of them happened right in front of us, the other one was a bit blind where it actually went, where it did happen. But once again, the guys have shown great skill and restraint in throwing their cars away. As you said, thanks very much to our sponsors here this weekend. We can't really do any of this without them. James, if you pass me my thing, that'll be nice. I'll go to the front page myself, it's all good. Just let me have it, Jonesy. You're frustrating the hell out of me, mate.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yes, our series sponsors this year, of course, the guys from Bowden Zone, James C. Performance, the Southern Downs Regional Council, the Australian Government, of course. Thank you, Mr. Albanese. And of course, the Queensland Government. Thank you, Ms. Blower. The guys from Lotus Are Us, which of course is Alan Bishop. The guys from Collins Hayes. So thanks very much to the Collins family. Clevy, Borrell, Shannon's, and of course Motorsport Australia for their great support here this weekend. So much great, and of course thanks to our guys, our broadcast sponsors here, Jonesy, as well, that are hidden behind your laptop there on the main screen, which of course Optus, the guys from Power FM, HM Mechanical and Frontier, who are bringing you our broadcast this weekend. This weekend?
Now I'm feeling a bit empty.
Talking about guys that are passionate about motorsport, here comes Al Greenberry. Now let's see if he holds the gear, he changes it. Revving, not going to rev it to 11,000 RPMs there, it sounds like he is, at least anyway. The little potent Hillman Imp. Love that car. I should have bought the beige one off him some years ago, and I said to him, that car I should have bought. He goes, you should have done.
The cream, the bone, the off-white, the white, the ivory, or the beige?
Oh, Rodney Hanson gets you turned 1 this time without a spin. The proprietor of Hanson Mechanical in Toowoomba.
And here's the Plymouth Val. Oh, what a beautiful car this car of Dale Hurd's is.
It's a bit of a case of, as far as Valiants are concerned, Jonesy, that's a fair bit of heavy metal going on there. Not exactly a lightweight car.
3.7 litres, 225 cubic inches in the old money. As Datsun time, we've got another 1600 launching. They're hard to find these days, Datsun 1600s. Rob Kippen tipping it through turn 1 towards turn 2.
The Kippen car. That sort of rolls off your tongue, doesn't it, really?
Well, it does remind you of a certain Brisbane announcer.
Oh, Ian Skippen. In fact, talking about Ian Skippen, he actually's done a couple of hill times in his life, and he did one of them in a car that's racing here this weekend. Similar car too, and not actually physically in the car, but he was there, and he had a rather large moment into the walnut shells at the end of Lover's Leap.
Oh.
And a Peugeot 406 SR it was.
Oh, really? Oh, that's quite recent.
I was there actually commentating the event, and got a chance to remind him about it on a Monday morning when he was on air.
Yes. Yes. Agro would have loved that.
I rang him up actually. It was really funny. The guys, he said, "You want me to tell you exactly what happened on the weekend?" Because he's not talking about it. So I rang up and I made out I was his dry cleaner.
Oh, did you now? Hope he didn't put on a silly voice.
He's never ever forgave me for it. Oh no, he has.
We're just watching Craig Lawrence and the Datsun 1600 come through a bit slowly because his run was aborted.
That's Rhett Silkstone there.
One of a couple of blue minis here this weekend.
Yeah, be glad that he drives fast here, but he doesn't drive past that when you're on a gurney or a bed in the hospital, because that's what he does. The number 1 wardsman at Redcliffe Hospital. He's wheeled me round twice. Not the best, not the right way to meet your mate of a weekend.
Possibly, no. Mind you, if there was a race car anywhere that sort of resembled a gurney.
Small enough.
Yeah.
Small enough. It's only wheelchair size, is that what you're saying?
And minis have got very small wheels as well.
Here comes our lovely lady from down over the border. This is Donna.
Donna Trustham in the Mark II Cortina. Oh, lost my timing.
One of my favourite cars here this weekend, Jonesy, of course, but because I owned exactly the same car, it makes it even different, although mine was a 2-door version. Didn't make it last year to the event, as per a lot of people did, unfortunately, due to a whole host of things keeping them away. Matt Leyburn should be next up. There goes Rhett through the chicanes.
I suppose the blue and white, it's not quite the right blue for the Neptune race team.
Oh, it's close enough though.
But the Peter Manton race, the Neptune race team mini.
And it's always referred to as the Manton Mini too, like it wasn't referred to as Neptune Racing Manton Mini, just the Manton Mini.
Here's
heavily engineered
Wyburn in the Datsun 1200.
Nice car. Next up, talking about that colour scheme, the next one coming up is in the Neptune colours. Of course, the car not driven back in those days by anyone less famous than Mr. Jim McEwen.
He soon got sick of the Mark II Cortina, mind you, and converted over to the Porsche. By that point, the team were running shell colours. And they'd added a Tirana to the team, driven by one Art Johnson.
Correct.
Rerun going through there for the number 77 Datsun.
Want to know something special too, Jonesy? That trailer that used to trail around that particular Tirana is still in Brisbane,
really?
and still owned by a certain Greek family of Paul Leviditis. And Dick's service station was also Paul Leviditis' service station for a long time as well.
Well, there's a couple of service station owners have been involved in motorsport over the years. I mean, that was Dick Johnson's business for a little while.
Him and his brother?
Dino Johnson, as he's more universally known. Paul Brailsford and their Mark 1 Escort pushing.
He's never going to leave us wondering whether he's having a crack this weekend.
Yeah.
Have a look at the sideways action here out of him. He turns in, car transfers the weight, out goes the tail. Nice, but never crossed the white line, so well done to you.
Oh, hello. Problems for the number 87 Blake Curran Ford Escort. Car did not want to pick up gears on the run to turn 1.
Definitely having an issue there. It sounded like the car was a little bit of an issue in the fuel supply department. Have a look at the back of the circuit there, Jonesy. Head on as Barris would come through. Here comes the rapid Triumph Dolomite. They've owned that car since 1978. It's lovely gentleman and his wife.
19th Leyburn Sprints. They've owned, the Milners have owned that Dolomite for 44 years. And here's Herbie. And Herbie is not being driven by Lindsay Lohan, it's being driven by Neil Pembos. And that would be a surprise if Lindsay Lohan was here with Herbie, but no.
No.
Now one of our Fiats. This is Sean and Kieran Rooney. Sean Rooney driving.
Got it stopped and got it turned. Lining up next should be another familiar sound to us, Jonesy. And this is the 2500 PI of Toby Barker.
The Volkswagen comes round to finish as Barker disappears towards the turn 2 hay bales. It's very nicely driven there, that 2.5.
Interesting enough, the bodies. There comes the first, the Taranas.
John Bolton, LC Tarana. There's an LC Group C Tarana in this part of the world that was owned by the Campbell family.
In fact, I still think the Heffernans have got one as well that was actually a car that was running
That's
Group
right.
C trip.
Yeah, the white one, wasn't it?
Correct,
The Group
yeah.
C car.
That was actually then still campaigned as that. They reconfigured it back to run it as Group N, but it is actually a car that has a Group C logbook.
Uno lancho, dos lancho.
Oh, here's Trish Chant. The Prez heads towards turn 1. She's had a really good time yesterday morning and was class leader for a time.
You want to know something?
Yeah.
She said I'm faster than Jamie. I said,
Well,
seriously, I'm not going to tell anybody you're faster. You're faster than a bloke that's got a cool guy. Oh, hello. Sit back from the
Glenn
fence.
Gerstle. Oh! Too hard, it hit the bales. Glenn Gerstle's.
That car is ruined in the front.
Oh.
See if we go to a replay.
That was a big hit, I think.
Brought just by Optus. Come in way too hot.
Yeah.
Straight ahead and just bang. Torn the front left-hand corner right out of it. Got the car started.
Fleeing the scene of the crime before he can be.
Leaving the scene of the accident. The police will charge him for that.
I think they're going to charge him anyway for those burnouts earlier in the day.
So the score is Falcon Sprint 1, Hay Bale 0. Well, actually, probably the other way around. Hay Bale 1, Falcon Sprint 0. Yep.
I think it might be a 0-all draw, to be honest, Wes. Well, he got away from the scene.
And how good was it that our flag marshal was on scene? Oh, we're chucking bits of Falcon over the fence now. Don't throw those away. We're going to need them later. Going to glue it back together. He's not happy. He's come screaming through the back. He's filthy, Jonesy. Absolutely filthy. So on foot, yeah, he's dislodged it a fair bit. He's moved them back probably 4 or 5 feet. Oh no, not by that long, about 3 feet backwards.
I suppose it's almost a drop kick, really, that kind of a result. Drop kick the hay bale into touch.
Yeah, we're going to have to move them. Yeah, we've got to reconnect them. There's a bit of a gap going on there. Yeah, that's unsafe.
Oh yeah, the gap's big enough for one of the Austin 7s to disappear
Well,
into.
totally disappear.
Doesn't take a lot.
No.
They're pretty small, those Austin 7s.
They are. They certainly are. So we take a little bit of time to do that, Jonesy. We might, while we're doing that, we might pay for your bills, and we'll be back on the other side of this, a short commercial break.
Announces
Busby. Is he buzzes the tower? Permission to buzz the tower? No.
Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is full.
Yes, negative Ghost Rider. The commentary box is full.
So touring cars over 5.1 litres, a very heavily contested class. A big class, lots of big cars. And Busby in the middle of that class. He's currently
sending John Hall off.
Eight
sending John Hall off.
Yeah, rerun for John Hall from earlier in the run. There's Busby in the Mustang driving straight at the Datsun 1600. No drama, of course, because there's a wall between them. 2 walls, 3 walls.
Just thinking, Jonesy, like,
is
someone's Jamie. I think someone's turned the magnet on in the middle of turn 2. Turn 1, sorry. Been attracting a few people are getting closer and closer to it now as the day goes on.
You know, I wonder if Jamie didn't do those show-off burnout starts of his, he might be closer to his wife in the timesheets.
He knows what's good for him, he won't beat her. Jonesy, all smart men let their wives win the argument and the time trial.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that. They don't actually run in the same class because the 5.1 litre cutoff puts Trish Champ down in the 5.1 litre class, while Jamie runs the over 5.1 litre class. As we see the number 104 Falcon of David Dunn disappear through turn 1. Here's Jim Hodgson.
Jim Hodgson's got a traction problem.
And I think that traction problem is driving a 1960s Ford Mustang. The traction control system in a 1960s Ford Mustang is the application of your right foot. Speaking of application of right foot,
Greg McKinnon.
Now,
you know when you put the flares, when you put the flares on that car, Jonesy, do you reckon he said, is my backside look big in this car? Very, very much a wrong question to ask yourself.
As Paul Bocchini in the BMW 1M gets underway, different class now, but in the touring cars over 5.1 litres, Glenn Gerstle in the Falcon Sprint was our race leader on a 55.1 compared to Greg McKinnon on a 55.1. They're 0.03 of a second separating Glenn Gerstle and Greg McKinnon in the Falcon Sprint and the Orange Mustang. Then we've got David Dunn in the Red Falcon on a 55.9. Phil Walters in the Capri on a 57.3. As there goes Hardnells in the Datsun. We're not too far away from our official greetings in the middle of the day. I see the two beach sprinters from 110 years ago are coming up. As Phil Heafy's, we're doing passenger runs now. That's why the cars are going through at the moment. Cardinals in the Datsun, followed by Heafy in the Mitsubishi Lancer, and Paul Stokel in the Lotus Exige. These are some of our raffle prize winners getting their runs around the circuit. I'm insanely jealous of you all. There's the Lotus Exige of Paul Stokel running through the back of the circuit now. Oh, and here's Luke Stitz in Le Monster. Big block Ford Falcon drag car with Trans Am tyres to see if they can make it go around the corner. Luke Stitz was actually moderating the throttle off the line there, trying to get a faster start. These next two cars coming up now, we're sending out 110-year-old beach runners here.
Yeah, they are. This is, of course, the unbelievable. This is the Willis and the Studebaker. Both of these cars involved in it's something called the Wars Down Under. That's the Willis leading us away up there. Studebaker about to come. The Studebaker actually, believe it or not, Jonesy, this car was the first car to set in the speed record, beat that same car on the beaches of Surfers Paradise to reach 85 mile an hour in the speed trial.
Oh, Gavin Mutton and Loretta Murren in the Studebaker 6 wearing the period headgear.
Oh, the whole car's period inside. It's fantastic. The other car was owned by the Eagers family.
Graham Crittenden?
Yep. And it was used as a promotional tool for so long. And good to see it's still out here. There, of course, is the car we just unfortunately lost. The man that really had this event loved for years, and that, of course, is Mike Collins. And it's good to see the Collins family now running their cars around here in the memory of Mike, as all of the weekend is held in his memory this weekend. The family's so heavily invested in this event, and it's so good to have them still here, trackside and heavily involved. Oh yes, what a weekend. Thanks so much to everybody for your support this weekend. It's so good to have you all here. Can't say enough about the volunteers that work so hard over this period of time as we take this particular point for our trackside officials to grab a bite to eat, have a bit of a break for 5 seconds.
Also remembering, of course, John Mellon, who was our assistant race director and life member here at the...
Yes, we lost John recently as well.
Yeah.
And it's funny, you think about last year and sitting at the bar and having a drink with him and both him and of course Mike, and it's strange to not be greeted by both of those guys when I arrived here Thursday. So it's one of those things where I wanted to have a chat with them and talk about some things, and I won't be able to do it, so it does make it very hard for us all. So yes, what a way to say goodbye. That's all I can say. It's a great way to celebrate what is going to be an ongoing legacy here at the event. Tricia now, of course, has had the reins of the event for a couple of years, and her and the committee doing such a great job of keeping this event as probably to its highest degree ever. More people are coming. More people are coming to compete. More people coming to watch, and more people volunteering to be a part of it.
My goodness, what a crowd today. Thank you to everyone who's come out to the Leyburn Sprints today. V8 Capri time, car 110, Walters. Phil Walters at the wheel. Currently fourth in a very competitive class. Top three cars are all in the 55s, Glenn Gerstle, Greg McKinnon and David Dunn, but Phil Walters' fourth in class is out in the 57, so he needs time.
Now Brendan Cowley's car, I think I saw behind the trailer. I don't think it's lined up. Oh yes it is. Take that back. sure it lined up over the back, but it is definitely there now. So Brendan Cowie up next. And we get some of the very fast four-cylinder cars coming away after that.
I just see the two 1910 race cars just coming back through the paddock now, and thanks once again to Graham Crittenden, Gavin Mutton and Loretta Marin, who own these cars, and for bringing them out this weekend at Leyburn Sprints. Glorious old stages. 110-year-old racing cars. It's a mind-boggling thing to run through my head.
So I'd like to think I'd still alive at 110, let alone be competitive. All right, that sounds like a very familiar Lancer to me.
And you'd be correct.
David Garland. Now those engines of these things, if it's the true 1600 that came out of the Mitsubishis of the day, was called a Saturn engine, Jonesy.
Oh, really?
Yes, they had ceramic porting in the heads and all sorts of things.
Did they have icy rings running around? No. Okay. And there's the little Golf. No spin this time.
No, not
Slightly straighter run for. I mean, the spinners go. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, Chris Woodhouse's next car up.
Stephen Hughes in the yellow and blue Volkswagen Golf, that is. But yeah, next up, Woodhouse indeed in the Ford Escort. What would Leyburn be without Ford Escorts? Would be 30 entries shorter. So Chris Woodhouse on his way in the... Oh, Woody's car sounds...
Not happy.
No, it's misfiring.
Gets it turned, gets it stopped. Next car up will be the first of the Braziers.
Harry in the Mark 1, followed by Steve in the Mark 2.
More known for Speedway days, Harry Brazier. The whole Brazier family, really well known for Speedway, if you can think about it, Jonesy. That name brings up memories for both the tin top racing and also sprint cars as well.
Well, Garrett Brazier, of course, leaps to mind.
Yep. And of course, and Harry are well known Speedway fanatic back in the day. The whole family heavily involved. Volkswagen's coming up next. That will be
Noel Dorr in the 1.9 litre V-Dub. With the world's tiniest spoiler.
So there's somewhere to put your tools when you're working on it. It's more like a shelf than a spoiler.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I saw a sandwich fall off as he turned into turn
No,
one.
you did not. Did not.
If that's a ham sandwich, I'll have that, thanks.
Here's Philip Kay. No, it's not actually. It's Chris. That's Chris Collins.
Indeed. One of our committee members, of course. And Tracy Chant's sister. Sorry, brother.
Yes.
And Trish Chant. Did I say Tracy?
You did say Tracy.
My brain has gone off suddenly.
Well, here comes that familiar note out of Philip Kay's car.
And a third of the Garland team cars just doesn't have that cream and magenta and orange colour scheme. Former Formula Ford racer. Okay.
There's the Dolomite coming up, Jonesy. It looks like it. It is. This is Paul Lawrence.
And I used to say about Triumphs, or at least Triumph motorcycles, that it wasn't a real Triumph motorcycle unless it lost half its body weight in oil overnight.
Definitely a real success for him now. Back in the 90s, late 90s, 2000s, started building motorbikes again. Donald in the it's funny, in the Toyota powered Toyota.
That seems unusual for a Toyota
Does,
Corolla
doesn't it?
here to have Toyota engine.
Yeah, every other Corolla is not powered by Toyota. Mr. Mann. I love the aggressive stance of the Escorts when you put a set of forest flares in them, Jonesy.
Oh yeah, they look
just
fantastic.
They take a different. Well, they were more designed as to fit the big wheels under needed for tarmac events. To be really honest, Sauer comes through nice and deep.
Yeah, running the RS2000 with the angular plastic headlight grille.
The Euro nose. Well, this was the European. This was referred to as a European Escort. This particular model.
Glenn Shaw coming up now. There are a couple of these that raced in Bathurst 1000 towards the end of Group C. Bob Holton was one of the guys who drove those cars. Some of them were 1600s, racing in the 2-litre class.
Wasn't one of our famous Queenslanders at the wheel of one at one stage as well?
John English?
Yep.
Yeah.
And also,
he raced an RS2000 in the.
And then they also had a car that was run by Cartwright back in the day. And that was also a car that was developed, maintained, and built by a certain Frank Lowndes.
Oh yes, yes indeed. Reg Jones heading towards the outbound leg of the circuit in the Leyland P76 and being chased here by John Ledgerwood in the 6-cylinder UC Tirana. That's a proper sleeper, that car of Ledgerwood's. You listen to it? No, it's not a V8. It's fine. They'll be beatable. No, definitely not.
Bevan Reid coming next, Jonesy.
Oh, yeah. Mark II Capri with the big 3.4 litre stroker version of the Cologne V6.
RS 3100 with a little bit of bore and stroke done, possibly.
Dick Johnson's second run at the Bathurst 1000.
Oh, here comes Bruce Reid. I can tell. I don't even need to see the car.
The car is hovering. It's not moving. It's hovering.
It's a hovercraft. Thank you very much to the guys from Reid.
See, that's what you really need your COVID mask for, is to keep the rubber smoke out of your lungs.
We're doing a replay of a burnout at the start. We have really taken things, and thanks very much to the guys from Reid Rural Timber.
Paul Spiteri in the Mazda RX-3 gets going with substantially less burnout.
The old Elvis Presley hit, a little less conversation, a little more action, please.
Spitteri's car reminds me quite a bit of Evan Thomas's car from back in the Queensland Touring Car Championship.
Yes, very much so. Well, that car actually went on to be the drivetrain for the only one of very few Group A RX-7s ever built. Jonesy, we have a fire down the bottom, but that is not. It is tyre smoke from a certain Monaro. The H6 Holden.
He's irrepressible.
Bryce Reid. Oh, good on him. The Reid Rural Timbers car.
Cardinals is running now in the Datsun 240Z.
Putting on a smoke show that only a certain Jamie Chan could ever emulate.
Bryce Reid is making sure he gets the burnout of the day title.
Here comes the mongrel.
Oh, Crispin locked the fronts, turning in, before turn in actually. Car that's got a bit of Dick Johnson Racing supercar in it.
Oh, a bit of it. Let's listen to the thing out the back there. That engine note is superb, isn't it? Think about superb engine notes.
Yeah, well, I can still feel the note from Mark Crispin's Cobra coming up through my feet.
We'll watch him down at the top end of the race. We're watching him on camera. We'll get Barry to lock that shot off for a while. We'll have a look. We'll wait to see it. And Crispin will arrive here in a rapid rate of knots very shortly. In the top end of the screen.
John Siddons is coming around in the
He's on a hot lap as well.
He's got time to find. He's down a bit.
Jonesy, this has taken way too long for that car to come round, Jonesy. The Cobra. Oh, here it comes now.
I think Mark may have had an issue. Yeah, he's
Yeah, he
definitely
has.
had one. He's been off track because the Lotus Exiguous almost caught him.
Yep. Talking about hypo V8s.
Graham Billy in the second of the Cobras. This one an absolute pace Cobra with the
That was a total break of traction. And up on the rev limiter. Supercharged engine at its best.
big block 427 V8 in that Cobra.
Yes.
The third of the Lotus Exiguous is just coming through. Car of Sam Murphy. If Murphy's come through, that means we've lost Michael Larimore. Toyota 2 should have gone through ahead of them. As he's Chris Nyland in that IROC Porsche 911.
Maybe they're running out of order, Jonesy. You can see down the long end, I can't.
Gina Siddons should be next. And there she goes. Oh, second bite of the cherry. She stalled it on the line. Fortunately, there was no TV coverage covering that to remind her of it.
Next car up will be the car of Paul Stokel.
Paul's been fighting a losing battle with Michael Larimore to be the fastest roofed car here at Leyburn this year. But maybe if Michael Larimore's a little bit mechanically challenged to come out, then maybe Stokel can find the time to get past. Both drivers have comfortably won their classes, but they're really fighting against each other. Kate Rain in the Fiat X19 is next.
Is it Kate at the wheel? I don't think so. I think it's the relief driver. By the height of the helmet, the white helmet, I think it is the second driver.
Jamie Dole. That's a neat photograph of the car in the program, completely crossed up. Diane Fuller next away in the Triumph TR7.
Sounds like there's a supercharger built up, doesn't it really?
It doesn't, but it sounds like it. Bit of a mystery, TR7s. Should have been, oh, I don't know. Here's Earl Murray, who's class leader in this Fiat 128. 128? No, it's a 124 Spider. What am I talking about? Now Scarlett Rain's back, so whatever problem caused her to stop out on circuit on the previous run was easily fixable. And Scarlett's underway.
Being very circumspect through that first right-hander.
Do you reckon Mum and Dad were fans of Gone with the Wind? Scarlett Rain?
I'd say so. All right, here comes Porsche.
Yeah, Dennis Cotton on the Porsche 914. I remember as a kid watching the Steve McQueen Le Mans movie, and there were these square-looking cars, and I had myself thinking, are they Triumphs by any chance? But they were Porsche 914s, I figured out much later.
Here comes your favourite Italian name in a British car.
Flavio
Paggiaro.
Paggiaro.
Yeah, Paggiaro, that's right.
Flavio Paggiaro. For a second, I almost said Flavio Briatore, who was a infamous Italian Formula One personality, who was kicked out of
that was a snap turn.
It was. Dave Roberts struggling to get a gear at the moment on the run down towards turn 2.
Have a watch of this, Jonesy. Snap! There we go.
Oh. That was a spin barely avoided. As here comes Anthony Sapietro in the Porsche 904.
His profile shot shows us how hard he drives it because it's crossed up everywhere at its last event. Oh, Jonesy, here comes another one. This is Guy Bennington.
Guy Bennington, the Lotus Elise. Oh, that means Darren Brent's up next to Mazda MX-5. Late model Mazda MX-5 and driven very hard by Darren Brent. Only the slightest of shimmies on exit of turn 1, so Darren's chasing time, it looks like. He was polite enough to put his blinker on before turning into turn 2. There's no one to warn though, mind you. It's rather too much attention being given to signalling. The Macaulay MR2 on its way now, the car 157. Dean Macaulay.
Good balanced cars these. Until they went and put turbos on, and they were a little bit superchargers, become a little bit tail happy. They had a touch of the Porsche syndrome. Here comes Mrs. Stratton. I went to Bathurst one year with Brad, and Brad and I had a Nissan import car that used to have a speed buzzer on it that would come on at 110 kilometres an hour. Hence and say we did 10 hours with the speed we got to somewhere, I don't know where it was, and we were pulling the dash apart trying to find this speed buzzer. No, we still couldn't find it. Couldn't stop power to it, couldn't do anything, it was a pain in the backside. In the end we just turned the stereo up. So again we start to go through our field of cars. Let's go up the RX-7 now. There's Michael Roach.
So a couple of interesting cars here. We've got the two Mazda rotaries out on the circuit now, but next up is the supercharged Toyota MR2 of Dougie Swan. And following him is the Skelter G-Force of Ray Vandersea. That was a long run on the rev limiter there by Dougie before tipping into turn 2.
It's either a tactical ploy to keep it up on the same gear or he's just too lazy.
6-time winner of the the historic Leyburn Sprints. Now Ray Vandersea has won this event 6 times, but the last time he won it was 2007. The grid's moved on slightly since the Skelter G-Force was the fastest car here at Leyburn, and we've got these very rapid open wheelers.
Well, we've seen it at different events too, James, over the years. It's just such a great competitive package, these cars. The brainchild of Ray Vandersea, actually, and Vanderfield organisation.
Yellows are out.
That means there's a problem just around the corner, Jonesy.
Yeah, so Ian Kilpatrick aborts his lap. I think that means Bob Hamilton and the Porsches had a problem. We've seen Ray Vandersea come back to the
pits. $400,000 Porsche.
Oh, hope it's not that much of a problem. And yeah, here's Hamilton trickling in just past the spectator grandstands at turns 5, heading towards the chicane.
We're steering it all through, so it must be okay. It must have had just a moment. Plenty of room to run off here if you have a moment. There are some barriers in the way though.
So no significant delay here before we send Dick Reynolds out on circuit. Reynolds was our overnight class leader in the Caterham. Got John Warner next up in the Elfin Type 3. And next up, Sophia Piccini in the Proton Satria.
GTI. Satria GTI.
Malaysia's finest touring car. Earlier models of the Proton, like the M21, they were basically dressed up with Mitsubishi Lancers. But the Satria was kind of the first homegrown model for Proton. And it was a pretty decent car straight out of the box. As the Chance XL is on its way. Chris traditionally doing the opening lap for the car. But so far, all Chris has really been achieving is to warm the car up for Stevie, because Stevie's got her father quite nicely beaten at the moment.
Another problem, Jonesy. Another yellow flag being waved.
So hopefully Sophia Piccini's not in any real trouble with the Proton.
Just looking headlong. Well, here comes another one of the open wheelers slowly round.
Yeah, that's John Warner in the Elfin Type 3, and there's Sophia, so she's fine. So maybe Dick Reynolds had a problem, although I would have thought that...
I'd say it's probably more likely the Clubman, because Sophia's caught him pretty quickly.
Well, they both backed off significantly.
So she'll get a rerun on warm tyres?
Well, they both will. Oh, Chris Chant will get a rerun. So instead of just warming the car up for Stevie, Chris has got an opportunity to have another go. And
80 horsepower seemed too much for him early yesterday. Spent more time doing trying to audition for the Australian Ballet. Right in front of us here too was even better. Which we'll be able to replay for Time and Immortal from, of course, our wonderful guys at PTVO's YouTube channel. Where everything is stored for eternity on that.
So the Pulsar launches. The Nissan Pulsar that's being run by the Contagion family. The two younger sons sharing the car this weekend, although I'm not sure the Thomas has had many runs in the car. It's been mostly Maxwell.
There was cross-ended for Tom just in case he needed it, in case he was having a problem with the Subi.
I know William's running the other Subi.
Oh, that's right.
Not Tom. So here's the new vehicle.
It's stealthily quiet, that Beetle, isn't it, really? Turbocharged, intercooled 1.6 litre.
The second of the two Hughes family entries here this weekend. Steve Hughes in the other one. There's Bob Hamilton getting a rerun in the Porsche GT3.
Lovely sound, that car. Once again, race car with electric seats. Here's a rerun for the Mazonda. This is Kilpatrick.
Indeed it is. So many different variations of the Lotus 7 has been built over the years. While the Caterham is the official continuation of the Lotus 7.
Westfield.
Yeah, Westfield, Fraser's.
Which we don't seem to know, but made famous in Queensland by
Colin
Burton
Play.
and his apprentice.
Steve Morgan.
Steve Morgan, correct?
Steve got a Westfield.
The battle between those two was incredible, wasn't it?
Guy Baddington was involved in that scrap a little bit as well.
He had handfuls of everything trying to get that stopped and turned then.
Yeah, there was John Warner having his rerun in the Elephantide 3, just overcommitted to turn 1. And here's Chris Chant about to come around. Oh, there you go. Plenty of wheel spin off the line for Chris Chant. I'll scrub the tyres for Stevie. Father-daughter team racing here this weekend, Chris and Stevie Chant.
Yeah, the real father-daughter team.
And here's the Honda Civic.
Birthday boy.
Indeed, Lachlan Kelly.
Gotta love that engine note out of the Civic there.
Honda VTEC 1600cc motor. It was the same kind of car that Carol Jackson raced in the Australian Production Car Championship. To some success. Carol had graduated out of the very briefly run Mazda 121 Women's Series. Thankfully, these days, the all-women's series in motorsport is given considerably more advanced cars in the Alfa Romeo-powered Tartus open wheelers that run in the W Series. Mind you, though, Jamie Chadwick has dominated the W Series for a couple of years now, and it's criminal that she can't progress anywhere out of W Series. She's a properly good steerer, Jamie Chadwick, as Sophia Pacini gets her rerun. One of the Suzuki Swifts getting very excited off the line.
It's the car with Thomas Rath.
Yeah, the third member of the Rath clan. I can confirm that no one in the family is called Grape Salt. You don't have to laugh at that, Wesley. That was a terrible joke.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the fact that I am laughing.
John Connolly sharing this BMW 325i with Michael McMichael. Certainly got plenty of power down in that 2.7 litre 325i BMW. And here's Liam G. Michelle in the Toyota Celica. This is the last model Toyota Celica that was used for the World Rally Championship campaign, and ended rather ingloriously when they found that Toyota Team Europe was substantially cheating by having a spring-loaded system that lifted the air restrictor off the car, so it didn't restrict the air and got enough power to overcome the fact that the Celica GP4 at the end of its life was an overweight rally car.
Derek Holstein through turn 1. Was right at the top part of the circuit.
BMW Mini Cooper.
Basically the spec that we had is in our one make series, Jonesy, with the wings set that way. He's arrived a bit quick, Manziel.
Nicely done there by Craig Monticle to hold that car.
He got that stop just in time.
Montagles have been racing these VK Commodores for quite a while, and then in their downtime doing the occasional HQ Holden one make race.
That potent combination on the streets of Gatton as well, Jonesy.
And there's Jaden Monticle.
You know what? That's an identical line through that corner. You could overlay them exactly on each other.
Well, maybe they have.
Oh, here we go. We'll watch it again. It's like an action replay of the first one. In, same line, nice and deep, exit across the white line, doesn't touch the grass.
Is that a replay of a replay?
It's a replay of a replay, I think.
Peugeot 405 launches.
This is the car, of course, I said that Ian Skippon did the Hills one. Not this exact car, but something very similar to it.
Later model of the same sort of car, the
Yeah, 405.
Yeah. But this car of Richard Markin, they're quite popular, the 405s in the old Super Touring series. You remember the Foxtel Peugeots?
Yep.
Jeff Bull and Mark Adderton racing those cars?
Here we go. 192, that's a car at Kevin Rutledge.
Yeah, that's Holstein is the fastest of the supercharged minis.
Is that a certain other car of Casey
No,
Springate?
Casey Springate, and the third of the six-cylinder Commodores in this class, and sits between the two members of the Monteithel family.
I'm challenging myself at the moment, Jonesy, to not look down at the start line and to work out by engine note after all these runs which car it is today. It's amazing how you can tell a car by its engine note. Now that's got BMW written all over it.
John Truman in the
There you go. Look at me go.
six-cylinder BMW. Well, that's a pretty distinctive engine note.
I know. Well, no, there we go. If there's another one coming, which should be a slightly lower note, but same colour. No, it's not. This looks like young Miss Chant.
Indeed, yes. Stevie Chant at the wheel of the Chant family's XL Cup car.
That car, of course, is the ex-Jet Johnson car. So that is what you call a full DJR XL.
We had 49 cars start last weekend at Queensland Raceway at the XL Cup Enduro.
Started off at 50.
175 kilometre endurance race with co-driver changes. No refueling.
Chris Waters.
Refueling was an added expense, and it's also the reason why they trimmed it back from 200 kilometre race to 175 kilometres, because at 200 kilometres, most of the XLs needed to have refueled to make it to the finish. That having been said, some of them still ran out of fuel anyway, even at the shorter distance. So it cost Nash Morris the win in the 175 kilometre race. There's Jeff England out on the course in the XR8 Falcon.
One of my favourite cars here this weekend.
Darren Hansford in the XR Falcon. That's a really nice engine note for a Ford V8.
Oh, gets it stopped and turned and gets around.
You almost forgot.
Brake lock-ups are plenty.
What am I doing now?
Des Thomas.
Yeah, the Holden SS Group A. The first of the homologation specials that Holden and their suppliers, HSV and HDT, made for touring car racing in the 1980s and 1990s. And here's Wayne Bell, the surviving Supercar Challenge car. There are only two in the entry this year. And Mark Bramwell's knotted his card yesterday in the Brock replica. But now the Perkins replica of Wayne Bell is still trying. As Simon Boss Walker gets the V8 Ute underway, the Bossy Motorsport. Well, there you go, there's an name for you. Is this the Pacini 1M?
Yeah, it should be close enough. This will be Paul.
Yeah, we lost Mark Bramwell's Commodore in yesterday's racing.
We've been doing some rides as well, Jonesy.
Paul Pacini's class leader. We should get another run, so we're not quite at the last runs of the day. We'll finish this run. We're not too far from the end of the run as it is, as the Tortosora, car number 203. Mark Horder Zach Hudson will be next. No, he won't be next because Michael McMichael in the shared BMW 325i is about to go. Mick on his way. I think he'd have to be Michael McMichael with a name like that. Nick McMichael would just sound worse, I think. Zach Hudson slow away, actually. Taking it easy off the line.
Beautiful engine, no doubt of that car.
Motor racing is a very visual sport, but we shouldn't underrate the audio of the sport.
Is this Brian Wood? It is.
XR6 Turbo Falcon.
You know what? The absolute quiet achiever here this weekend, time-wise. Just gets the job done point to point. Those Barra turbo engines, not a lot of fuss, not a lot of noise, just getting the job done.
We're into the special interest.
Brenda Lloyd.
And immediately behind them is the Reedster. Matthew Reed.
Is this the Aldi Reedster? We're going to get in trouble with that someone, aren't we? Matt's going to come looking for us.
Well, that's because he's been to Aldi, gotten a whole bunch of rotten tomatoes, and come back to throw those.
Probably. Oh dear. Are the Michelin's up next? I think
they are. And both of them this time. It was only Cass last run, but both of them now. Cass ahead of Mark. You know, nicknaming these cars after the Austin Healey Sebring, it does remind me that the Sebring racetrack in Florida, United States, is one of the flattest racetracks, certainly the flattest of all the major racetracks in the world. And that's why these Austin Healey Sebring Mazda MX-5s are so flat. It's in tribute.
You could call themselves pancake racing.
Yeah, could do that. Do that. Pikelet maybe, because
Pikelet.
They're smaller?
Oh, that'd be it. That's better, Pikelet racing. And no one else will get the joke except you and I. Well, not one other person.
Matthew Reed stopped in the chicane. In fact, he's getting out of the car. Just looking back towards turn 5. Down the long straight here, the interrupted long straight here.
Just checking some photos coming through.
And here's Kath McElroy on the scene. And yeah, they're having to push the Reedster away, so there's something badly gone wrong in the Reedster. You don't think the dollar coin fell out of the slot?
I hope not.
So we'll get a rerun there for Cass McGlick. That sun is getting quite invigorating now, isn't it?
It is.
I hope you've all brought your sun cream today. Not the sort of thing you think about in midwinter, but nonetheless, the sun does still burn. An enormous ball of radioactive gas.
We haven't seen it really for a while at different times. We're not going to see it again, they reckon, with this new India coming through. Yeah, and seriously, the hero of this weekend for me has been our fantastic camera person who's been standing out there under a black hat for 2 days.
Well, you
standing
don't want
in
the heat to escape out the top of your head, do you?
And the good thing about it is we've untied the bottom so she can't. We've tied her up so she can't blow away. She's definitely the hero of the thing. Barry's down here vision switching and his poor wife has been up there working tirelessly all weekend.
Oh, you don't think I've been working for
No, but Barry's not been working. You're button pushing, Barry. Seriously. Button pushing. By the way, have we retrieved all the stuff from the grandstand yet, Barry? I've just asked that question.
Yeah, we brought it down last night.
Beautiful. Okay, excellent.
So the second of the Nicolette cars, Mark.
That's Mark.
Yes. Launches through because Kaz is going to get a rerun, having been held up by the broken Reedster of Matthew Reed. Kaz gets underway for his rerun. Matthew Reed's car, the beautiful engineering clutch. It's ugly as sin, but by the same token, as fast as sin at the same time. I hope the car is not too badly broken.
Steve Petey.
Yeah, this is the All-Round Rounds 5 class, the Nicolette family and their squash Austin Healey Mazdas versus the full-size car of Steve Petey and the halfway in between car of Scott Walker.
Yep, Scotty Walker now.
Now with Scott Walker out on the circuit, that means the Forest Rockets are up to complete run number 5.
Yep, first day's away with the Subaru. This shall be Darren Blake.
Yeah, Darren didn't do the previous run, but good to see that the car wasn't substantially wounded and is back out again. Tim Blake will be up next. The bigger engined later model version of the Subaru WRX Turbo. Launches enthusiastically. Listen to that chirp.
In full time attack spec.
Whoa, he's locked him up.
Got it turned though.
He's going to have a vibration in
Have a quick look at that one, make sure we, okay, that was, yeah, oh no, that was, he was crossed up and locked up trying to get it turned. That was Rich Chang.
The front left completely unweighted into that cambered corner at turn 2 that drops away as you negotiate the corner. So, here's Ben McGrath, the Nissan Silvia Chevrolet.
No, it's not. Donald John?
Sorry, of course you are. Ben McGrath was some time ago. It's just the stance of Nick Conter John's Subaru makes me think of and the dark colour makes me think of the McGrath Silvia. The sun's getting to me a little bit, actually. That's what it is. So Nick Conter John on his way, and here's William Conter John.
A bit more gravel spec, that car. Or Motorcana spec, so to speak. Now it should be Scotty Dean coming up. If he got his, it is.
And here's the Mercedes with this.
I love this noise.
Oh.
Such a purpose-built motor car, those.
Bathurst 6-hour race car, of course, built to the Australian Production Car Championship regs.
And here comes the man they've got to chase. Bill Eafy.
Next up is Latimer. And I'm not going to say what kind of car it is because I've got it wrong.
No, you're right. It's an Evo 9.
Evo 4.
Sorry.
Wayne Rosenberg's the Evo 9, and he hasn't been out for a couple of runs now. There's Latimer and the Evo 4. Latimer treats big rear deck wings with disdain. I don't want them. They do nothing for me. I want a slick, clean skin Lancer.
Is Rosenberg ready to run? No, he's not.
No,
the
it's
car
Sykes.
will be Brendan Sykes.
Yeah, the Evo 9 appears to have gotten wounded last time round. We've got a rerun coming through. It's it's one of our GT Falcons. On first inspection, I thought, hang on, is that Dean Crosley's Falcon Sprint? But it's not, of course.
No, it's the purple
The
GT.
Wild Violet. Dave Griffiths driving that Wild Violet GTHO replica. And that is the last car that will go around for run number 5.
Run number 6 about to start.
Well, the run number 6 cars are assembled, but they're not lined up in front of the pub. I think we're going to go to Master of Ceremonies Chris Nixon for some of our Sunday activities.
I don't think so.
Sunshine,
Not
maybe?
at this stage. We won't get it down here. He'll use the pit lane microphone for that, Jonesy.
Yeah.
Doesn't come down this far.
Of course. Yes, and we're missing one of the Austin 7s. Justin McCarthy is at top of the queue at the moment. Alan Blair is not there. Would you mind terribly, Wes Speedman, if I wandered down in the direction of the middle of the control area at the start line to just grab the times from
Go for life, Mr. Jones.
fastest times of the day cars?
Go for life.
Amos and Co.
Turn yourself off. And you're ready to go. As we dial into different things here. Check some information. Myself, taking a little while to dial in, and it has dialed in. There we go. Well, what a weekend this has been. Mr. Jones is gone. And we'll check out the outright aspects as we can go. They'll probably print you one off, Jones, if you ask them nice enough, in the timing shed. I might precurse that by saying you're coming down, Jonesy, and get them to actually print you one down. It won't take them very long. 100th year in motorsport for these guys. 100th year anniversary for the product. That's car number 3. This is the car Russell Wright. Beautiful car, that. All of them with a boathouse design. And welcome back to our broadcast live here, being brought to you by PTV Channel O. And of course, Power TV and Power Productions. These guys put on such a great job here. They do such a great job of bringing local content to everywhere in the greater Toowoomba and Gatton district. Power FM really do a fantastic job. And anywhere in the Lockyer Valley, to be honest. Absolutely right. There goes the Aston Martin, being driven by Max Stevenson. Believe it or not, only 1500 cc's displacement. So very interesting back in the day how big wasn't always better. First of our V8 specials being brought down. This is the car of Barry Smith. Flathead Ford V8. Away he comes. This car nearly 4 litres in capacity. The car coming down behind it will be the car of Steve DeLisa. It's not a Ford, it's in fact a Dodge. And that's the Dodge Speed to build it's a 1936 model, running an engine just under 4 litres as well. As we're giving a bit of time for the cars to get space between them. Here he comes, Steve DeLisa. Oh, he tries to get it stopped, and he does. Tyres protesting as he tried to get it to turn right. And you can see the timing from our officials is perfect as the guys sort of come towards each other, head to head. Back to our replays, he tried to get this car stopped. It was not turning until he got it right near the apex. One of the specials coming out now. This likes look, and it will be John Devitt in the Holden special, based on the Holden Grey engine of the day. Interesting enough, these cars were all built in sheds around the engineering of some guys that wanted to go motor racing, but didn't want to buy the reformer car, so they built a class for themselves throughout Australia. Next up is the Jawa Jupiter of Doug Wraith. It's a little chirp on the tyres that they make as he makes his way up the top part of the circuit. Lovely motor car, that car, very rare too, probably the only one I've ever seen in true honesty. Next up will be Neville Birthwhistle, yes it is. And of course the Centaur Waggett GT. Twin cammed Holden Grey engine, Waggett head on it. Waggett camshafts, of course, well known for their engineering back in the day. And Centaur cars coming out next will be the car of Matthew Devitt this time. In the Centaur Clubman. The Sports 1300s back in the day, definitely were cars that were dominating the open wheel racing in Australia. With plenty of different versions of those cars that were running around in racetracks in Queensland. This one here is Brad Stratton in the beautiful Elfin Malawa 1500cc Ford drivetrain in that car. This will be, and it should be, Christian Bean and the Manpower Special. Running nice and clear now. Was having a terrible time first up this morning. Cold weather and obviously wasn't agreeing with the car. That engine note, definitely the sound of a Velocet engine behind this, which is of course our Formula Minor. Gravity fed carburetor. Big thumping single engine and that, single piston engine. Next car up. The car that started it all for Lotus. And as far as this style, look at this. This is the Lotus 7. Shane Murphy. Murphy pushing on hard. Next car up, another car from that era, 1970 this time instead of 68. This is the go of John Bailey and the Lotus Clubman, the evolution from the first 7. As he skips through turn 2. Now, this is the Bowen Hay, the P6, the V8 F5000 car. Love the noise out of the transaxle rear end of this car. Really makes a statement as it goes down the road. You can hear the gearing lashing to each other. Formula V coming our way. Talking about a Venom before. This is a Venom chassis Formula V. Truck exhaust out the back. And it is placing the 1200cc's unlike the new Super V class, which is 1600s. This is based on the 1200cc or 1100cc base engines. Standard 4-speed transaxle gearbox out of the Volkswagens. Let's go through is the Mafoko of Chris Hussman. As I've said throughout the weekend, probably one of my favourite cars here this weekend. Sunbeam Alpine coming our way of Paul Ritchie. No, it's the MG through before everything else, so take that back. It is the MG through first, and that is the car of George Pachetto. I just saw the red nose way down yonder, and I thought that was the car. This will be grey coming next in the 240Z. This is a Class SC car, so it definitely is to original spec, 2.4 litre engine. Popular car in the States, believe it or not. Not as popular as you'd imagine, but very popular car, but with collectors nowadays. End of the early Datsun product. Bowler lines up. The Mark 7, Barry Campbell. .186 powered car. Has been really consistent here this weekend. Absolutely brilliant. Righto, first to the Lancers through, the Austin Lancers that is. This is Cameron Todd. Todd now gets it stopped, turns it left. And this will be Steve Ether and another one of the Austin Lancers. Both of the 1958 models. Steve Ether driving very aggressively this weekend. Former HQ Racing driver instructor Steve Ether. This is the Marola of Porky Edwards. Car out of the Alan Greenbury stable. Corolla powered Morris 1000. Max Parnell lines up in his Jaguar Mark 1, 3.8 litre 6-cylinder car. The mode of choice for the getaway driver, the bad guys, the villains in ye old England back in the day. So the old Bill couldn't catch them, eh? Talking about cars that were great back in the day as far as quick, 1964 model. Car of Neil Lewis here. Ken Freeburn normally drove this car for every event from the get-go until a couple of years ago. So Neil Lewis at the wheel of it now. Good to see that car still here. Your Wix XL8. Listen to the engine note of this. Nothing sounds better than that. Nice sounding car. Your Wix goes through. Now Noel should be the next one through after that. Waiting for the cars to come back through. There's the car of Neil Lewis in the background. It's Phil Hackett coming through. We'll find out in a minute. The number will give it away. R32, that is Phil Hackett. The Ford moniker. The race car is very heavily supported here this weekend. Chris Race now coming through. Little Toby on exit. It's spoiling up the Ford range here, if we're not wrong. I'm just waiting to see whether we cut back down to the start line. And it is the Datsun 1600 right in the middle of this class. The Paul Gilbert. Car that's very rapid in this category. Just gotta love that engine note. Really sensational. There it is. That's a car of Paul Shergold. First of our Mark II Cortinas. Well, it's the 240 rather than the 440, the 2 designating 2 doors, the 4 designating 4 doors. Not all GTs were primarily 2-door cars either. Righto. This is young Tom Brailsford. Gets it stopped, turns it left. Here comes the Volvo Renaissance, Glenn Potter. Beautiful car, this car. Very popular car. He holds it in gear. Fixes Capri time. Oh no, it's not. It's Matt Clifford time. Stand back from the fence. Second gear takeoff, believe it or not. Very tall diff gears, or short diff gears in fact. Gets that car stopped, gets it turned. Sounds like a 2-stroke motorbike, but it's definitely not. Here comes the car of Bob Haggerty. Haggerty's car looking and sounding strong, being prepared out of the Morgan Park Mechanical or Morgan Park Performance Workshops. Tirana time. Glenn Westner. Westner's been quick all day in this car. Car has performed extremely well. Up next, Normie Foister. Yep. Not after time, more have some fun. See these guys who travel a long way to be here this weekend. Thank you so much for coming, some of our competitors. And again, as the field starts to thin out a bit. First of our GT Falcons. Peter McConnell. This looks like a good run from Peter. He's having a go. Trying to put down his final time for the day. Can hear a bit of a rumble down there at the moment. Not too sure who that is. It is the car of Ken Oliver. 327 powered car.
Yeah,
Plymouth Val is on the line now, Valiant, of course. The American Valiant. Car coming around to complete the run there, and of course the...
Plymouth's the brand name for although they did have Valiants at some stage, the word Valiant used in America, but not as heavily, but definitely Plymouth was the brand name over there. Obviously because of...
And a shout out to, of course, to Queensland's most prominent Plymouth racers, both of which I think are here today. Well, certainly Al Bishop's here, but also Ian Palmer. Races in the Trans Am series with the Plymouth Duster and a
Screens
Barracuda.
Big Screens back, Jonesy.
Excellent. Just in time to see the Plymouth Valley underway. Dale Hurd has been driving this car here for a couple of years now.
Judge, I don't know about you, but are they getting brave with return one?
Well, yes.
The short answer, yes.
Yes, definitely, I think. Rob Kippen in the Datsun 1600 ignoring entirely that there's a little bit of extra debris on turn one and just fired the Datsun through the corner. Followed now by the number 79 Mini of Craig Lawrence. Sorry, that's not
Red Silkstone.
Goodness me. Yeah, Red Silkstone. Of course it's Red Silkstone. Donna Trustom's up next in the Cortina. We appear to have lost Craig Lawrence in the dark green Ford Escort.
Might be lining up a bit further back, James. A few people out of order at the moment.
Yeah, we had a couple of cars that bumped up from special interest into logbook sports sedans, and that's why they went out a bit earlier. Cars like Noel Polkington's Mitsubishi, and of course the Holden Commodore sports sedan of Gavin Taylor.
The Datsun 1200 of Matt Weinberg is up next, Jonesy. Here he comes. This car's been pretty quick all weekend. Very deep into the top part of the racetrack. Now, just so you know too, Barry, we've lost our slow screen division from you too. Away comes. Here's Cortina Mark Wood. Oh, sorry, the Cortina of Mark Wood. Screen's back up and running for you, Mr. Jones.
Excellent.
Datsun 1600 times. This should be Ross Angelo coming next. Angelo's car running the L20 engine in this car. And Paul Beresford coming up now, Jones. This will be interesting because he has been absolutely on fire through turn one all weekend.
Well, we've just seen the touring cars up to 1600 completed. Mark Wood was the last car for up to 1600 to come through in that class. Currently, the class is being led by Craig Lawrence, so he probably has. It's actually fairly close between Craig Lawrence and Matthew Wyburn. So I'm guessing that something's happened to Lawrence's Escort, and that's why he hasn't come out to defend against the final attack from Matt Wyburn's Datsun. It's only half a second between them. Then we had Greg Bull's third fastest in that class. Mark Wood was fourth fastest, then Robert Kippen, Rhett Silkstone and Donna Trustom rounding out the sixth. We're into the 2-litre touring car class now for pre-1972. Paul Brailsford is our class leader after a stonkingly quick 55.0 this morning. Well, actually, that was last run last night. He would set that time, Paul. Don Milner and the Triumph Dolomite is second fastest on a 57.01. He hasn't come through for his last run yet. Blake Curran third fastest in the Ford Escort on a 59.4. Then David Siddery on a 60.2. Ross Angelo on a 60.8. Ross out on the circuit at the moment. In fact, there's Blake Curran coming through to complete the lap. So so Ross Angelo's already finished his run. So Dee Downey will be next. And she is just behind Ross Angelo. Over a second, but that's catchable. In these classes, you can jump, you can find something and then just, like yesterday, Dee was doing 62s and 63s.
Finally got John Hall back in order now. John's getting ready to take a run.
He's doing 65s yesterday, 64 the first run of the day yesterday. Hasn't been as quick since then. So John's actually a lot further down in the 2-litre touring car class as we might expect.
Don Milner lines up next, Jonesy, and another one of our Dolomite Sprints.
Second in class. He needs to find 2 seconds to get to Paul Brailsford. So that's probably a bit too much. But Milner's had a fantastic time in the Trumpy.
Volkswagen lining up next. This should be Neil Pembos.
Indeed. Right in the bang in the middle of the class at the moment, the Volkswagen. Running the bigger 1.9 litre motor in this car. Actually, no, that's a different car. That's Noel Dawes' car that's running the 1.9. This Volkswagen's the 1.8.
1600 taken out to 1776. The
Fiat.
Sean Rooney.
Sean's down the back of the class at the moment. Trying to catch John Hall and keep Ross Cuff behind him as well. Cuff. How on earth do you say C-U-F-F-E?
Cuff.
Cuff. Okay, Cuff it is. Ross Cuff.
Coming up
I
next,
wonder,
Toby Barker.
do you reckon he's got a German cousin called Hans?
Or Hand.
Yeah. Now into the 3.5 litre touring car class. Toby Barker is our class leader and he's the first car out on course. In fact, they're running in number order at the moment. Toby Barker the fastest in the Triumph, John Bolton second fastest in the Tirana, and Stephen Kirby third fastest in the Capri.
Here comes John Bolton now. Steve Kirby lining up, Jonesy.
The Fiat's coming back in, Sean Rooney from the previous 2 litre class. And yes, as you say, Kirby on the line in the Mark 1 Capri. Checker flag, well, not checker flag, the Australian flag.
Kirby gets away, 3 litre. Ford Capri GT. This one's not Trisha this time, this is going to be Daryl Busby.
In fact, we're kind of skipping an entire class here because Chant, Hansford and...
oh no, we've got a problem, Jonesy.
Oh.
So the car that just went through, the car of Steve Kirby's had a moment.
The Capri.
Yellow flag out. They're holding the car on the line.
Oh yeah, he's Kirby spun at turn 2. We can just see the red roof moving again as he straightened out and rejoined the circuit.
You can see the flag marshal out there walking back in now. So the track is clear.
Yeah, so as mentioned, we've basically skipped the 5.1 litre touring car class. There are only 2 racing in the class today, and one of them, Trish Chant, of course, has many other duties. And she had a comfortable lead in the class.
Busby.
So if Busby, well, that's no Glenn Gerstle coming out.
No.
The Falcon Sprint wore the barriers earlier in the
It's
on the
an
last
open
one.
wheeler on the left-hand side now, Jonesy. Fiberglass guards on that car, do you know that?
I did, actually, yes, and because we saw pieces of them being
It was-
thrown. A fiberglass guard will come apart upon impact. A steel guard generally doesn't.
And if you realise that was part of the controversy with
In Touring Car Masters.
the TCM car with the car of
Jim Richards?
Jim Richards, yeah.
Because there was actually...
Busby's going all show no go today.
The 101 Mustang. He's currently not really in a competitive position in class, Busby. His best time so far is a 59.8, whereas the benchmark for the class is in the 55s.
Lauren Densley coming up next, Jonesy. And a mammoth 7 litre.
One of a number of big block Fords racing here today.
That engine note out of that car is just...
Ooh,
it's just sweet as.
Yeah. XWGT Falcon.
David Dunn.
Now David Dunn is one of the cars loosely in contention for the win here. He's currently 4th in class, behind Phil Walters' V8 Capri.
Dave Griffiths lining up next in his XY GT.
Dave Griffiths back a little too far in the class to be competitive here. He hasn't gone sub-minute yet. But nonetheless, it's beautiful to see an XY GT in action here.
Mr. Jim Hodgson coming up next, sir.
Now Jim Hodgson's currently 4th in class.
Is it Jim? Yes, it is.
4th or 5th? 5th, I think. Jim Hodgson with a GT350 Shelby. Shelby American, of course, the Holden Special Vehicles for of American muscle car Fords. Here we go. Here's McKinnon. Now Glenn Gerstle was time leader, but McKinnon was less than a 10th behind Gerstle. So with no Glenn Gerstle to defend top time, McKinnon may have him here. The big Mustang.
Now the big Falcon.
Oh,
Luke Stitz.
Falcon is the slowest car in class, but he's not here for speed.
It's built to go in a straight line and hit a chute.
It kind of does need a parachute for the corners, but then you've got to repack it before you can go to the next straight. And
Here comes Phil Waters. This car's quick.
Yeah, 3rd fastest in the class at the moment.
Still trying to work with those tail lights out of Jonesy. Looked like a Datsun 1200 tail light, to be honest.
Phil Walters is within striking distance of Glenn Gerstle and Greg McKinnon. Within a second, you know, it's not beyond the bounds that the Capri can cause an upset of the two more powerful cars.
Stephen Hughes is lining up in the VW Golf Mark 1.
Now, touring cars here at Leyburn are roughly divided as pre-1972 and then pre-1980. So with the end of the Mustang and Falcon run through the field, we now move on to the 1980 touring car classes. And Stephen Hughes first up in the Volkswagen. Yeah, we're missing Brendan Cowie out of the class. He was first to take off, and we're also missing David Garland. Garland was our class leader on a 58.0 and Stephen Hughes in the Golf has a 59.7. So Hughes needs better than a second and a half on this final run to take the class win. Cowie and Woodhouse are some seconds behind and aren't any threat to the top two in the class. So with Dave Garland not coming out for the final run, this is very interesting as to whether Steve Hughes and the Golf can take it here.
He's been having a crack, I can tell you. He's really pushed a couple of times.
And he's run here at turn 1 to demonstrate how hard he was pushing. It was a big tank slap.
Away we go. Here he goes, Jonesy. Stephen Hughes on track.
He's got time to find a neat but conservative run through turn 1.
Sometimes slow is fast, Jonesy. It's all about the exit speed. Carrying speed in through the turns. Next up is the escort of Chris Woodhouse. Woodhouse now, the full gravel spec car, running a set of street radials.
Chris Woodhouse's car is slightly too tall geared. It's in rally trim where you've got long bursts through the forest. So one maybe some slightly longer gears, and it's not really working.
Brazier.
Indeed, Steve Brazier, who is our
Steve's next.
in the 2-litre touring car class. No, he's not. Sorry, Brian Munn is that class leader.
Ryan's yet to come. He's about 5-6 cars away.
Brazier and Munn are just separated by tenths of a second.
Here comes Steve Brazier.
Really close. Harry Brazier is a bit further back in the field. He's about 6th or 7th. It's Brian Munn and Steve Brazier who are going to fight out the class win. They've both done mid-55s.
Here's your big block.
In fact, Steve
Volkswagen
Brazier...
Jersey.
Yeah, the 1900. Noel Dorr. He's towards the bottom of the class. No, he's coming under pressure from Chris Collins, who's next up. In the...
No, it's not. That's the car of Philip Kay.
Ah, of course it is. Yeah, Chris Collins would have gone out ahead of Noel Dorr. So yeah, we're starting to see a few cars missing from the field.
Very soon, spin through turn 1. Next up, second about trying Dolmont. This is Paul Lawrence.
Paul Lawrence's best is a low 59, so he's not really in the running. Steve Brazier and Brian Munn are the ones who are going to fight this class out, with possibly Stephen Sauer stepping in. Sauer hasn't come out yet. And here comes Brian Munn now, I think.
Good. This is going to be quick. Here comes Munn. We're talking about how quick he was before. Definitely aggressive. Stephen Sauer coming out next, Jonesy.
Yeah, he's in the mix of top 3 here. Probably not the class win, but nonetheless this red RS2000 is certainly in the running for a trophy.
Glenn Shaw, the next lineup, another one of the Mark II escorts.
Yeah, later model of the Mark IIs, and slightly different front bodywork over time with those square headlights.
Full Euro spec.
Red's at the back of this class, and he's also the end of the class. We move on to the over 2 litre.
Yep, Reggie Jones now at the wheel of his Leyland V76.
Which is a little bit over 2 litres, I guess, at 4.5.
Well, it's actually 4.9 listed though.
4.9, that's right, it's a big block, isn't it? Not... The sticker on the side of Reggie's Leyland P76 says anything but average. And I think
Paul
he's achieved
Edgewood,
that.
yeah, Paul Edgewood lining up Jonesy.
Who is our class leader?
Yeah,
He's done 53s in this car. For a 6-cylinder Tirana, that's a crazy time.
Great package, handle stops and's got good power.
And yeah, Paul Edgewood's fighting out the class win with Paul Spiteri in the Mazda RX-3.
Bevan Reid, Jonesy, coming your way in a 43 Mark II. This one's a slightly overdone RS3100.
Well,
Hang on, Jones. It's about to arrive. Bruce Reid and the HJ Holden. Thanks to the guys from Reid Timber here locally.
He's the slowest car in the class, but he doesn't care. It's all about the burnout for Bryce Reid in the V8
He wants the trophy for the most fuel and tyre used this weekend. I think he's going to get it. Paul Spiteri up next.
Yeah, the Mazda RX-3's chasing Paul Ledgerwood. The battle of the poles here. Ledgerwood versus Spiteri. Holden versus Mazda. Internal combustion versus rotary.
This should be Matthew Cardinals up next, Jonesy.
Yeah, we step out of class now. That was the end of the touring car classes.
There's been a fair bit of smoke and dust coming up out of the back from a certain Mr. Reed. You should have seen him attacking the chicanes out the back. He's left a smoke haze that looks like a bushfire, Jonesy. We'll have to wait for that to clear now. Someone's going to want to claim a rerun, couldn't see. Here comes the modelled MG.
Well, we're into the sports car classes now.
It hasn't taken long, has it? Here comes Jason McGarry. Which means that this should be the car of John Siddons lining up next, Jonesy. This car is rapid.
We're in the marked sports cars up the pointing end. That's why I was struggling to find it. Classes are listed on my timesheets here in alphabetical order. That's thrown in slightly. Michael Larimore is the leader of this class that's just started.
And
In the Toyota MR2, but we haven't seen
the mongrel. The
No.
mongrel's not come out yet either, but he's the second of the coppers. This is Graham Dilly in the supercharged.
Yeah, Graham Dilly's in the non-logbook marked sports car class. We're sending them all out together, the logbook and non-logbook cars. So Larimore looks like has won the class. Mark Cressman and John Siddons were just a little bit too far behind to catch
Sam
him.
Murphy now, Jonesy.
Sam Murphy in the Lotus Exige in the non-logbook cars. Paul Stokel had this class shot to bits.
Yeah, Chris Nolan up next, mate.
Yes, and Chris Nolan's second in this class. But when I say second, he's 6 seconds behind Paul Stokel.
Gina Siddons, I think, coming up next. Yes, she is.
Junison's actually much quicker today than yesterday. She was out over a minute in her lap times yesterday, but she's gone sub-minute today and continuing to trim. Not quite in the mix for the class win because she'll still end up behind Graham Dilly and Kent Classica in the Porsche.
Katie Rain up next, Jonesy.
Yeah, we move on to the next class.
Until it's Katie, it's the black helmet. Next car up is the car of Diane Fuller.
Yeah, we're in the pre-1979 sports cars at the moment. Kate Rain's in a class on her own, so there's nothing to be lost or gained. In the under 1500 pre-79 sports car class, we go to the 2-litre pre-79 sports car class. We've got Earl Murray defending against Diane Fuller and Scarlett Rain, and Earl's got actually quite a bit of a gap. So I don't think either of her two ladies who are chasing Earl.
Earl Murray
Yep.
at the wheel.
He's the quick one in this class.
Second of the cars come out now. This will be Scarlet Rain.
Yes. She's third of the three drivers in the 2-litre sports car class. So she's not going to get to Earl Murray. She's basically fighting for position, for second place with Diane Fuller in the Triumph TR7. And there's very close between them actually. So only about 0.3 of a second separating Diane Fuller and Scarlet Rain. Dennis Cotton in the Porsche is in the class on his own, but he's not coming out just yet, or at all. We've got the MGB V8 of Flavio Paggiaro, who's second in the over 3 litre, third in the over 3 litre class. Currently a best time of about 65.5, so he's not in contention. The battle for the win is being fought between Dave Roberts and Anthony Sopietro. Roberts on the line now in the V8 MGB. 55.1. Roberts has got this class 1. It's over 3 seconds between first and second, and I don't think, and Salpietro is not actually coming out for a run. The gap is too big. So the Porsche 904 has been put to bed. The Lotus Elise here. We're now Modern Sports Cars. This is Guy Baddington from Modern Sports Cars under 2 litres. And Guy is second in class, but Darren Brent is so far ahead in the Mazda MX-5 that it's pretty academic. The gap is around 4 seconds between Brent and Baddington. With Dean McCauley and Bernie Stratton are right behind those two. Very neatly driven, that 4th generation Mazda MX-5 of Darren Brent. Thoroughly deserved the class win and an excellent overall time too out of that car.
Dean McCauley coming out next, Jonesy.
Mr. 2. Currently third in class and fighting for second with Guy Baddington. There's only 0.1 of a second between them. Brent's too far ahead and Bernice Stratton needs 2 seconds to catch up to Baddington-McCauley battle. So that's the point of interest in the modern sports cars under 2 litres is can McCauley catch Baddington? And here's Bernice Stratton, who will finish 4th in this class. Now we've got the Mazda RX-8 up on the line.
Yes, this is the car of Tracy Kirby. Following that up will be the car of Dougie Swan, Jonesy.
Yeah, we've moved into modern sports cars 3.5 litres, and Tracy Kirby is 4th in class. The battle is being fought, well, Ray Vandersea, of course, has got this class 1. But second place, interesting between Doug Swan and Michael Roach. Swan should have Roach covered, but you know what they say they should. Doug Swan, so the Supercharged Toyota 2 on his way. Currently his best is low 56. Ray Vandersea is a Sauber G-Force Honda S2000 engine car. He's done a 49.
Stands out on his nose to get it turned, Jonesy. He's having a crack. He's out for a personal best.
And here's Bob Hamilton in the Porsche, which means we've moved into the over 3.5 litre sports car class. Hamilton is our class leader, but he's also the only car in the class because with Graham Copeland's Porsche 944 having not arrived.
Not too sure this is going to. Oh, this will be the. Should be Kilpatrick. Actually, this should be the Formula Motorsport Mazonda. Take a little time to let him go. We've got a problem further around in the pack. Ah, here he comes. Bethan Mazondi, you can hear the engine noise. Up next should be the Dick Reynolds or John Willis. Red nose cone? Yeah, red nose cone. So that means it is Dick Reynolds.
This will be Modern Clubman.
169 makes it through. Doing a very good job in this cat class, Jonesy.
Indeed. Dick Reynolds is our class leader. Ian Kilpatrick second in class. There's quite a gap actually between Reynolds and Kilpatrick.
Yep. Here's John Warren, sorry.
Who's third in class? Only 3 cars left in the class after we lost Tracy Coon here at turn 1 yesterday.
Sophia Bacchini up next.
Special interest, I think. Sophia Bacchini's the first of the entries from special interest up to 2 litres.
And this should be Chris Chant.
Yes. Yes it is. Well it should be, yeah. Unless Chris is setting out the final run to let... No, but Chris is having a go.
Got it in nice and tight this time. It's a pulsar now of Max Cottajon.
That Nissan Pulsar has been very aggressively driven, very much in the tradition of the Cottajon family.
Very much so. Here comes the Bargain Craig Hughes, Jonesy. New era boat. Volkswagen Beetle.
Graham Gray is our class leader, and he hasn't come out on that last run. Graham Gray did a 54 yesterday.
Birthday boy's up next, Jonesy.
And he's fighting for second in class. When I say fighting, I mean he's got it.
Lachlan Kelly.
Yeah. Grant Ossenman is the man who's chasing Lachlan Kelly for second in class. And sure enough, Grant Ossington is the next car on the line. Here he comes. So the silver Honda of Kelly and the white Hyundai of Ossington. They're fighting out for second place in class. Ossington's done a 57 and he's chasing Kelly who's done a 56.1.
Thomas Rath coming your way, Jonesy.
Tom up near the back of the class has done a 63 in the Suzuki Swift.
This will be John Connolly up next, Jonesy.
Yes. So that means we've moved on to the 3.5 litre class. So right at the moment, it looks very much like that Graham Gray has sealed the win, even without coming out for the final run. So John Connolly in car 125.
You've just cracked me up. This, she was so you were lying about. He's treating this car like he's about to trade him, but he's going to trade him for a Yaris.
Connolly, 185, 186 here is Liam Jean-Michel, who's our tail marker in this class. It's been getting, but like you should do, it's been getting faster with almost each run.
So it's great to see the coverage this weekend from a fantastic show you can catch up with. Blokes World has been here covering all weekend.
With the McMichaels. Craig first, then Jaden in the 6 Commodores, they're chasing Derek Holstein, who didn't come out for the final run just then. So Jaden Mentitle is the second of these two CTM Cabinet Commodores. Is the one who's chasing the class win against the supercharged BMW Mini. What self-respecting Commodore would want to be beaten by a Mini? Jaden Mentitle's not going to live it down if he can't catch the Mini.
Oh, but he's up against a car that's a purpose-built race car, against a car that's been turned into a race car.
Supercharged racing, the Holstein Mini.
Here comes the Puget.
Richard Martin, who's one of the slower cars in the class. One of 3 cars in the class that are out over 60 seconds, fighting with Michael McMichael and Liam Jean-Michel for the back of the class. But having a ball.
Casey Springgate's lined up, Jonesy.
Indeed. One of the top 3 drivers in this class. Split the 2 CTM Cabinet Commodores along with Ken Rutledge in one of the other minis. So maybe Casey just wants to be the best Holden in the class.
Take home the
best non-mini.
Yes, the best non-mini event. That's the one.
Best Aussie 6-cylinder car in the class.
Geez, I'll tell you what, it's going to be pretty hard to, as far as that's in that class, but not in the category, because we've got a certain UC Tirana that's been lightning fast today.
Ledgerwood's Tirana is.
And a couple of XU1s that are really pushing it hard as well.
Yeah, Glenn Lester's very rapid, Torrey.
Well, look at this.
It's up in the logbook sports events.
Here we go. There we go. Springate going to be given the Australian flag. Got it off the line.
He's certainly trying hard. Certainly trying very hard there, giving the Commodore all of the boot that he can.
Now Chris Waters is the next line-up, Jonesy.
One of the BMWs in the field. This one, a one-make series car from Victoria. And the faster of the 2 E30 series BMWs in this class, faster than the car shared by John Connolly and Michael McMichael.
Chris's daytime job is the warranty clerk for the Willem Motors in Ipswich.
Oh, really?
That's his daytime job. Here comes the XL, the XDJR car.
And this will be Chris Chant aboard now. Sorry, Stevie Chant.
Stevie Chant.
See, I knew that.
And I can see another young XL up there looking, going, Mum, I want to bring my car. Seriously? I could have been out there today.
Chris Chant's best time in that Hyundai is a 63. Stevie's is a 60. I mean, as far as thrashings go, that's not, Brisbane Broncos scoreline from last night, but it's in that ballpark, a 3-second victory between the 2 Chants.
He could beat her. He said, either I'm going to race it or I'm going to sell it.
Just a bit of family interlude here. In fact, Chris said to young Miss Chant, if I beat your time today, the car's being sold. Well, mind you though, your father turned it around the first time he drove and he spun it more times than you have. I don't think there's much chance of that. Johnny Hall comes to meet us and said, John, you've had a fantastic weekend. How's the car been running?
Hey, beg your pardon?
How's your car been running this weekend?
Really well. Stayed on the road, didn't hit anything, so that's all that matters.
That's all that matters, and mate, once again, what a great event. You guys start planning this event come Tuesday for next year.
Start worrying about it after the weekend.
We'll all need to sleep between now and then, that's for sure.
These won't bitches.
That's good.
Hey, give it to someone else.
We will.
No worries. I tried harder this year. You said I was going to slag on it here, so I tried harder.
I did. I gave John plenty last year. I said, you didn't try hard enough. So he said, I had this year just for you. There goes the Jesus Racing car. The boss, Simon Walker.
Yeah, we're in the midst of special interest up to, well, it must be up to 5 litres now.
Yes, here comes Paul Bacini. car's got no fear in it. One was called The Other Woman, the other one was The Wife. He's got fantastic personalised plates for his race cars. All right, Jonesy, here comes the young fella.
Zach Hudson, who's moved up to third place, moved past Wayne Bell, which he really needed to do to be best Holden in the class. But they're still behind both the BMW of Paul Bacchini and the Ford of Brian Wood.
Well, talking about Brian Wood, here he comes now, Jonesy. This car is the silent. This is the silent assassin, this car.
Silent but deadly. Wait, I did say that.
Lumbo. Good, how are you?
So Paul Bacchini's done a 50.9, so he's not really under any threat for the win. Brian Wood has done a 53 yesterday and hasn't gone anywhere near it since then. Zach Hudson just did a 53 earlier today, maybe. So Zach Hudson's actually chasing after second place and might be able to push Brian Wood aside and claim second place for the general.
Well, it's all going to happen. It's all going to unfold here pretty quickly, Jonesy, because we have got Stephen Petey lining up in his MX-5.
Yeah, and there's been a change here. Scott Walker has been the class leader, so there hasn't been a change. But yeah, Walker and Petey have both been ahead of the Mikulik squashed MX-5s.
The car lining up though, Johnny, is of course Scotty Walker.
Is a class leader. He's got a 53.8 in this car. That was yesterday, first run.
The Forest Rockets have lined up, Jonesy.
So no one's been able to beat Scott Walker this weekend, not even Scott Walker himself.
No.
He did his best time in the first run, hasn't even beaten himself. So yeah, special interest four-wheel drive. The Blakes up first.
But the actual trend getting it off the line, Jonesy, just said he was really trying.
Yeah, Darren Blake, the first car off the line there in the 2-litre turbocharged Subaru. He's done a 52 yesterday, so he's down the race in the grid. Here's Tim Blake, who's done a 51. And
how close do you want to go?
Tim Blake's very aggressive with a 51, but by the same token, that's still 6 seconds off the pace. Chris Cheng is up next. His best is a 49.3, but that's still 4 seconds off the pace. Does Chris Cheng have anything for the leaders on this last run? Next up, Nick Connajon, who's fallen to third place. Sorry, no, I tell a lie, he's still second. Darren Blake's just wandered around on the timesheet just slightly and it confused me briefly. But no, Nick Connajon still second. He's been second all weekend, chasing after Phil Heafy's Mitsubishi Evo and not gotten there yet.
Did you run that deep then, Jonesy?
Yeah.
He's having a go. Last roll of the dice. Talking about Connajon, here comes young William as well.
Nick needs to find 2.2 seconds to defeat Heafy though. That's a very tall order. Will Connajon takes the turn. It's currently a 53.7 quickest time, and that places him at the back of the class, actually.
How competitive has this class been this year, though?
Well, Phil Heafy on the line now, this red Mitsubishi Evo 6. This is the varsity. This is the benchmark. 45.3. Phil Heafy's been up amongst the specialist hill climb open wheelers this year in that Mitsubishi. Been fantastically quick. 45.3, and that was the first run yesterday. Just like Scott Walker, no one's beaten Phil Heafy, not even himself. Latimer goes through in the 222 car, and this might be the last car of the weekend.
It is.
The 224 of Sykes. Brendan Sykes is the last car in the class. Fairly standard Subaru. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Historic Leyburn Sprints for 2022. My goodness.
Has been run and done.
Thank you so much, everyone who's been here today. Thank you, and in particular our timekeepers and also our TV broadcast crew who have really had to struggle against the against factors beyond their control.
Oh, and haven't we had some factors beyond our control this weekend? We've had some crackers. I don't know whether am I going to come up okay? Yes, I will. A bit too much. The light balance is a bit of a problem there, Barry, I think, to be honest.
We're completely in shadow. Too much sun.
Yeah, that's okay. Look, what I'll do, Jonesy, we're probably going to struggle to get the last bit of camera shot done this weekend, but we probably should have a crack at maybe trying to put it just down on the ground there, Barry, or Jonesy, come back to me here so we can sort of do a little bit of it. So, and we'll come back this way, Barry. Maybe if you come down this way, and Jonesy can stand behind me. Does that make it any better? Probably not any better at all. No, the back screen. In fact, it's not making
Say your piece, Wesley.
Well, we will. Well, folks, thank you so much, and thank you so much to everybody. But I've got a bit of an announcement to make for myself. This is something I've been thinking about for some time, but this will be my last Leyburn Sprint at the microphone. So I'm hanging up the headset, hanging up the microphone from now on in. I'll be leaving you in the capable hands, Mr. Jones, and whoever replaces me next year. But this is my last one. I retired from circuit commentary and that a few years back, and Tricia asked me to come and do this a few years ago, and I've been kept doing it for some time. But time has now come for me to retire and concentrate on all things Harley Davidson, so to speak. So I'll be spending more time on the back, on the seat of my Harley Davidson with my lovely wife, and spending some time touring around and enjoying my weekend. So thank you very much for having me here for all these years. I've really appreciated your time and your patience. But the time has come, and I'm going to hang it all up. So on behalf of myself and my wife and my family, thank you very much. We've enjoyed our times here at Leyburn, and we may come back in the near future as spectators as well. Jonesy, it's been great to work with you, mate. Well done. Mate, as I said, this has been just sensational, and we have had a fantastic time. It's been 2 days of bringing you some great live action here at Leyburn, the streets of Leyburn, on the corner of McIntyre and Canning Street, where we've sat for the last how many years. On behalf of myself and Mr. Jones, good afternoon.